Here we go. God damn it. Welcome! Spritz starts today's streams. Stream. Spritz. Alright, type something in Twitch chat to fight. Spritz still alive? How the fuck did he heal? Inverted damage? What the fuck? God damn. Sprit. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Don't let him kill me, boys. No. No. So it's so weird, right? Because it says I have a Twitch partner anniversary today. Which is really weird. Because Vovov has been subbed for 120 months. And this month, this is 121st month. And I had a Twitch 10-year anniversary like fucking a month ago. Or whatever it is. But now it says it's now. So maybe I was wrong. It is actually today. Actually today? Holy shit. I thought it was last month. Alright, well, we'll start the stream when he's dead. So get in there, boys. Fucking hell, Spritz is owning us, dude. Monka. Holy shit, dude. Wait, he's dead. Nice. That fucking time, man. God damn. How you guys doing? Woo. Partner anniversary. You know what that means? 10 years. I shit you not. Then it's actually official. I thought it was last month. Apparently it's now. That's so weird. What is this? Log me in. Thank you. 10 years of partnership, dude. That's actually pretty cool. Pretty goddamn cool. So, do I have everything? I think so. Man, I got to bed 6 hours ago. No, 7 hours ago. Holy shit, dude. Oh. Finally got to update some of the guides. And tonight, I have necromancer stuff to go through as well. There we go. There we go. Where's the PUB? There it is. This is what we'll be working on today. How's everybody doing? 6 kill streak. Yeah. Impressive. Impressive. So, the gauntlet ends tomorrow, right? Or is it on Monday? Monday, right? I'm not going to get 95. So I decided that, fuck it, we're going to be doing some Golem stuff today. Hey, what's up, Neck? How you doing, dude? Very well. How have you and the family been? Great. Family's doing great. I'm sleep deprived galore. All the guides and everything for D4's coming up. Other than that, I'm doing good. 30 hours? Yeah. There's no shot I'm going to make it, so. tonight we have a podcast. Tavern Talks happening tonight. And we have, obviously, my co-host, lovely Darth Microtransaction. And we're having Rax with us tonight. It's going to be fun. Holy shit. What a couple of nights. Perks of being a dad? Well, there's that. And then that combined with all the guides and everything. Oh. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. So, 10 years of being a partner. Oh, now I know. Now I know why I'm so confused. Okay. No, I had 10 years of streaming. It was a couple of months ago. Not 1 month. It was a couple of months ago. I had 10 years of streaming. And today is 10 years of being a partner. Holy shit. I didn't realize that happened in October. Oh, God. That's actually pretty cool. Now, okay, now I get it. What the Twitch dashboard's telling me. That's actually pretty cool. Excited for Vessel of Hatred? I am. Yes, I actually very much am. It's looking good. It's looking good, guys. It really is. Today, I'll be looking at the POB that Atros and Heal QQ sent me. Let me send Heal a message, actually. Yo, did you and Atros have any... So one thing I was looking at was improving the physical damage mitigation in this build. And I know I do have a way to do it, but it would cost me damage, because this would have to go. And then it's the spell suppression. I wasn't very happy with not being capped, because that's with Lucky. And that's going to cost me skill points to get down there. Is this really worth? How much energy shield is that worth? That's 300 energy shield and then some. If I cut all of it, I lose 900 ES. That's not going to be good. Do you really need the accuracy in this? 100%. I cut that out. You do need the accuracy. And here's the thing. I want Convocation CDR.
Welcome to the crew.
Dankeschön, Shadow. So a lot of my favorite streamer. Well, thanks so much, dude. Appreciate the 12 months. 3 months in a row support. Sheesh. That's big, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, so this PUB, what I want to do is I want to get spell suppression up by 4%. And I want to up the physical max hit. Easiest way to do this, because this is currently running... This sword will not survive higher endgame content. These are fine. So I'm going to drop that. I'm going to drop that. And we'll do config setup.
Welcome to the crew.
Low 2527 with a prime sub. Well, thanks so much, man. We're doing a subathon at DM during PvE2 early access. It's very likely that I will do that, yes. It's possible. Let's see. We do this. 4-link utility minions. And 3-link. You see this. Okay, it's not setting that. Okay, that's good. This is not 3-link. This is 2-link. 1 socket. Desecrate. Three socket auras plus desecrate. 6-link golems. Sas's Mark Haste. Discipline Roln. Like this. 4-link, no. 4 socket auras plus markers. And then this is 2-link 2 socket utility. That goes away. That goes away. Where is the endurance charges in this? Let me ask him. Where's the endurance charges coming from? Where is the endo charges? Where is the endo charges? Happy party anniversary. Thank you, boys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I don't see where he's getting the endo charges from. We need to create a placeholder. There is no mobility skill right now. How about we skip the Immortal Call automation? And we add Frost Blink and Shield Charge. Then we do this. But he checked power charges, but he says endurance charges here. Where's the double curse coming in? Vuln and Mark curse, right? Like this. We could use a Warlord, Spectre-wise. Sword won't survive. We could use the Warlord. Thank you, guys. What I want is to up the defenses. Now, rest isn't capped. So the things I want to fix here is I want this in. And I want spell suppression. I want a little bit more. So I want more spell suppression. And we want... What else do we want? We want spell suppression, and we want... Convocation CDR, rest cap, and physical max hit up. Those are the things I want to fix. Easiest way to fix a PDR is actually very simple. It's actually very simple. I would change the last Spectre to a turtle, and I would use a Watcher's Eye. The problem is, this is a Golem build, and that's going to hurt sockets. Now, here's the thing. I can drop this DPS jewel. I would lose a lot of damage. We lose a lot of damage in this. But I can gain tons of defense from it, which I think would be better. But if I do the turtle strategy, that means this shit goes away. No, sorry. This goes away. And if I do that change, I will now need endurance charges. And there are two really effective ways to do it. One is a cluster. Small one. But that's going to cut... Again, another jewel. So I really can't do that. The other one is oiling something like Inexorable or something like that. And I don't think that's going to be a good way to do it. So I'm more in the boat of skipping the jewel change. And... Oops. You know what? These guys are so fucking loud. Holy shit. So here's what I'm thinking. We use the Warlord... This guy. Or is it the Warlord? It's not the Forest Warrior, right? It is the Warlord, right? Shares endurance charges. There we go. Because I keep mixing him with the Forest Warrior. Forest Warrior is the Onslaught one, right? So what I would do is this. Here. And 1x perfect Warlord. Then I would do this. Including full DPS. And then I would do Spectre 1x Blood Perfect Blood Demon. Thunderbird. Blood Demon. Thunderbird. Warlord. Ulking. Miscreation. Interesting. So the Blood Demon doesn't actually show up. Oh, he does show up. Well, what the fuck happened to my DPS, though? Fast you generate with it? Fast enough, so it should be fine. So here's the question I have right now. Like, what the fuck happened to my damage? I've only fiddled with the Spectres and changed these. There's no way. Oh. Oh. I wonder if there's a better support. Well, Pride is allowing me to apparently make no changes to it. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, Heel, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Why are you not a VIP in my channel, dude? Hold on. Let me fix that, bro. Let me fix that. So the problem here, though, is a couple of things, right? Rest is one thing. The other thing I'm thinking is I want to have the rest covered. I want the physical max hit to go up. And I would like the spell suppression to be actually 100%. And I'm guessing you have top rolled on every slot, right? For spell suppression. So the problem with setting up the skills with the aura seal is that they will start scaling from your aura efficiency. %35% avoid being shocked. You have this one. Okay. Attribute still needs more dexterity to do this as well. And that's the culprit. Right there. It also has no strength. I think this gotta go. Like, I know this is a lot of energy shield. That's what, 900? 924 energy shield. I still think those will have to go. Well, you want to get actual SS cap of the stream. One solution is getting innovate. Well, isn't innovate worth more than this? Because you don't care about energy shield recharge rates. And the recovery for this is actually completely irrelevant. Do we have insta-leech? Yeah, this is irrelevant. So cutting this and cutting this. We don't instack. They're worth a lot of energy shield, sure. 18k fizz hit. I know the rest is not covered. 18k fizz hit, right? And then we do this and get the lucky spell suppression from here. I don't mind the lucky spell suppression. I don't mind that. But these nodes caps the spell suppression. That caps it. A golem build you're cooking? It's a heal QQ out of some work, and Atro's been filling with it. It's a stone golem of hordes. Now we saved 3 points and we capped our spell suppression. Right? We lost 900 energy shield. We have ender charges. We still need a fuckload of strength with this tree. And like, what has Atros done with this? Can infiltrator emits they can't roll strength. Yes, Casual Gamer, that's the plan. Yes, that's why we're socket starved. Or no, sorry, jewel socket starved, rather. I think this is better for the spell suppression approach. We still have resistances to fix without hammer, like without destroying accuracy. We just saved 3 points. If I skip this DPS duel, we could get Enduring Composure cluster. And that would allow us to run a Guardian Turtle. That's not going to help us with the strength and dex requirements, though. Happy partner anniversary. What's up, Chronix? How you doing, dude? Thank you. Today, I've been a partner for 10 years. Okay, that's useless. We have so much sustain with this build. That's not needed. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Any solution that involves a jewel is a problem. Because this is a golem build. for this to work, we need a stupid amount of unique jewels. So anytime the solution is a jewel, we have issues. That is going to be a result of that. And we're capping spell suppression with a flask right now. Obviously, I would run Masochist Flask or Transgressor. Voices won't be good enough. Okay. Found the actual PB, ended up using the 35 effect cluster instead of 8 mod. Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. So, Atros was telling me that, oh, the solution is using 8 passive clusters. And I'm like, you know how much value you can get out of 1 12 passive with like effect, ES, speed, and then, oh, what? Attributes or resistances? 2, 1 of each? Now you're covered. Right? It's just so fucking good. It is meta classes though. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it. There you go. There you go. Attributes. Oh, you went with intelligence. You don't have enough strength or dexterity, according to this POB. What is this? What's going on here, Heel? Oh, like what is this? You're telling me that you valued 4 points for this? That's 5% energy shield and 5 flat energy shield per node. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm sure you could find a better place for those nodes, no? Like, the fist hit is low. You skip one of these and get Enduring Composure. Would be worth way more defense than this. As an example. Well, you're telling me you played this without going for these nodes, Redemption? You're 1 point away. Like, these 3 is fucking crazy for 1 point travel. And you never went for cooldown recovery and convocation. Attack speed is weird on golems. True. That's true. You don't need attack speed on golems with the CDR thing. Like, it's fine. Now, you don't have to focus on it. So going with a jewel like this is fine, but you don't really need that APS. I don't think you have to go for that. Like, I would probably do a 35 ES with attributes and rest or something. I like the inveterate. I'm still not sold on this when you're sitting on 700 energy. Like, I get it. It gets you like 908 ES or something. 894. What happens if we fuck with the cluster? What happens if we do this? You actually do lose damage from it. So that means you still want the speed. So, like, the only problem I have when I look at this right now, if I do that change, I think that's way better. I don't like spell suppression being 94%. I want spell suppression to be higher. Like, I want it to be capped. The other problem I have is the fist max hit is very low. I mean, you can definitely get better spell suppression on the gloves, right? The highest you can get on a pair of gloves. 14. That didn't even change the spell suppression chance. What the fuck? Did you see that? What? Now it says 88. Bro, oh. That's why. So now we're 96. What the fuck? You only have 94% accuracy? Wait, you're telling me you played this with 94% accuracy and not even capped the spell suppression? And this is obviously incorrect. You'd have to do them through the specters, but still. I mean, you would need spell suppression on the boots, but you have a ton of resistances and dexterity in there. Now, I'm just saying, like, you were able to get quite a significant increase of damage output by fixing the accuracy. Right? That's actually a massive deal. Is this white or rolled? Oh, you can actually see when it misses. You had one attack there that missed. Ugh. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying that. That's 100% accuracy. I swear I saw an attack that missed on this guy. No, he had the damage reduction. He was grazing the banner. It's my bad. If it's the exact POB I'm looking at, you don't have 100% accuracy. You have 94. But that wasn't a miss. He was inside the banner. I thought it was outside. It wasn't a miss, at least. But, I mean, it's not 100%. Oh, 100% roll on invite. Oh. So, here's what I'm thinking. I think that the best way to improve this build would obviously be this whole thing with a cluster to get some attributes or resistances, whichever is better. I think the next step would be to fix the spell suppression. Then after fixing spell suppression, you also need to fix the accuracy. Once the accuracy is fixed, then we're looking at increasing the fist damage taken. Because sustain is fine. I mean, you have this. Like, you're fine. Sustain is not an issue. Endurance charges would be insane to upping these numbers. So, spell suppression, accuracy, fist max hit, and endurance charge. Those are like the 4 things that I would look at. I think that blood stands, sand stands. Okay, so the thing is with sand stands is that this scales in PUB with aura modifiers. So if you go sand stance, you will have an inflated defense numbers. If I do this, these numbers are not correct. Also, this is also when you're literally 1.5 meters away from the boss target, which you should probably be at any time anyways, because of sand stance, right? So that's fine. You can do that, but this is higher EHP than what you're actually getting because of how the Flesh and Stone is scaling in PUB with aura modifiers. So that's why in the PUB set I have to put a custom modifier for it to get accurate number of it, which is only active when you're inside the target, right? I'm not a big fan of this, personally. This to get 700 int? Like, you have a large chunk of energy shield. I get it, but it's like... You still need a little bit more spell suppression. And I think that one of the easiest way to do that... Is there an easy way to boot gear? Well, this should also go. I'm not a big fan of this. These 4 points, I would literally just do this with. See how much damage that is? That's crazy. Like, I would just straight up do that instead. Then again, I gave a lot of energy shield, actually. 700 ES. I'm okay with that, actually. The 5 flat is just so good. But you also have to keep in mind it's also a result of you scaling so much with the intelligence here. But like one of the issues that I'm looking at that I'm not sure how to solve would be the spell suppression. Easiest way to solve it, spell suppression on boots. But now you're losing either dexterity or you're losing resistances. You don't even like the playstyle? When have I ever said that I don't like the playstyle, Sambu? Like, when have I ever said that I don't like the playstyle of golems? I have said that why should you play golems when you can play something like Zoomancer? That's what I've been saying. I don't think I've ever said I don't like the playstyle. Because the playstyle of golems is very similar to that of the Zoomancer. Use that double res attribute suffix, you should be able to get SS on boots. Yes, but you kind of want the APS. And to be fair, Sambu, I am still in the boat of why play this when you can play Zoomancer. But a lot of people like it, so I figured why not give it some time and talk to Atros about it. And he said, yo, Heal QQ had this PUB. And then he sent me some stuff, and now we're here. And we got even Mr. Heal in the chat right now. Oh, I play this, we can play Bama. I mean, that's the follow-up question, right? I don't know, man. I think that this is so tight. Granted, sure, it's high budget. I'm fine with it. But it's like, look at the accuracy. If I were to do this, minions have plus accuracy 40.6, 45. Bro, you get 12% damage. You do 12% more damage just by fixing accuracy. What the fuck? This doesn't work. What are you talking about? What? Strength and intelligence, 1 suffix. Crit strike chance, 1 suffix. APS for minions is 1 suffix. Multicraft is 1 suffix. There's 4 suffixes on this item. What are you doing? Are you serious? What the fuck, dude? Creech, Jesus, man. Heal, can you explain how you have 4 suffixes on your weapon? Is not 4. Strength, intelligence, crit strike chance, multicraft, APS for minions. How is that not 4? Am I going crazy? Is that a hybrid? Is the crit attribute hybrid? Oh, it's the veiled one. Right. Okay. Now that makes sense. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay. I mean, okay, so here's the thing, right? The easiest way to solve the suppression problem is get rid of one of the rests from here. But now you're fucked on rests, right? But that would solve the suppression. And you don't have to have as high a suppression on the rest of the gear because you're lucky as a result of that. But you're fucking either dexterity or one of your resistances. Now, that also means you can skip some of the intelligence and get a rest here instead as a result of that, which would be fine. So I think that might be a better solution. So if I were to... Really, dude? So we do it this way. Ah, for fuck's sake. There. Now you're capped on spell suppression. In a day, will I just using my bomber gear? Fair enough. So, I mean, okay, so we solved the spell suppression by doing that. Obviously, we would do brittle ground. I mean, it's either that or sap. That's fine. Okay, so now we gotta fix the resistance, which probably goes down to... the gloves. And now we have resistances and spell suppression sorted, right? So we got that out of the way. Now, the other thing we wanted to fix is... Okay, let me just clean this up first. Where is Feeding Frenzy? Didn't have a socket. You what? What do you mean you didn't have a socket? You know how much damage you get from that thing? That's insane. Come on, man. Don't do me like that, Eel. God damn it. How are you gonna do this? Flesh and stone. Assassin's Mark. There's one socket open in your boots. And you don't have a mobility skill? No, there it is. Fast attacks. Good lord. Got me scared there. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I mean, for a quick throw together, this actually looks really good. Not gonna lie. That'll be the budget. It's somewhere between medium and high. It's like a higher end of medium budget from what I saw so far. Okay. So we do this. And then we do this. We'll do this. And then we do this. Warlord. Perfect Warlord. Miscreation. Blood Demon. There we go. Now we're up on 41 million DPS. Rest is covered. P hit needs to go up. Do you know any modifiers or goals also affect the race specters or golem tag? I've never thought about that. I've never thought about that. It just says golem skills and summon go. Okay, so the golem skills, I think that won't work. And that's because the skill we summon them with would be a Ray Spectre skill. But summoned golems should work. Theoretically. I don't think this will work because it's still tagged as a Spectre. Is that an update for your guide? Well, let's put it this way. If we can find a good way to make this build feel and look good, then we have a high budget or medium budget version that I'd be happy to humor. And then I know Atros and Heal QQ are looking at Elementalist version of a low budget, and if that looks good, then yeah, we could maybe update the Golem build for it. Sure, maybe we'll see. CDR talking about the actual Golem skill because if so, it shouldn't work. So the Golem skill have cooldown recovery, but the other part, the second row, says summoned Golems have increased cooldown recovery rates. Now the problem is then which type of specterable unit is tagged with a Golem that would benefit from that? Because based on everything we've seen so far, that alone is the only one that would matter. Now, granted, we could do this with a Wraith Lord. What's the name of the enemy version of Carrion Golems? Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of attack speed from it as well, sure. Or attack damage. And this should work as well. Right, this is the Cortex boss, right? But the problem here is that they do a lot of different attacks, right? Ow. That's not this one. That looks like it's this. Is it not? I guess the problem is like you want to link them, right? So basically, they don't do shit unless you link them. So you actually need to link them to basically enable them, if you will. Must be linked to be powered. Not sure I'd be happy doing a link build, I'll be honest. He keeps doing the beam when you convocate? Okay. I don't think this is going to be good. What other golem type do we have? Happy partner anniversary. Thank you, boys. Today I've been partnered for 10 years with Twitch. 10 years. That is a decade of content creation. It's pretty crazy, actually. Personally love golems. Yeah, a lot of people do. I don't know if there's any other golem tagged. I can't search on golem tags. So, what's the name of the carrion golem monster? Bone golem? Is that it? Now, these are the volcanic golems. Do you know the name of them? Frost Auto Scout's a golem. Yeah, but they don't have any abilities that we would want to scale from that. They don't have any cooldown abilities that we actually care about. But they are tagged with golems, yes. Like this. Yeah, but it's a 6 seconds though. What's the base cooldown on attack speed? I mean, the harmony is giving golem down. Where's the attack speed mod heal? You're talking about eminence, right? Yeah, eminence. You'll never compete with like with a poison. So poison is irrelevant for this. Is a jewel worth 20% APS though? Let's look at PoE golem tag monsters. Yes, I would love to do that if I could. I'm pretty sure I can't search for golem tag, can I? I take it back. No, I can't. This is just the about the golems. Here's the acronym stuff. And these are the skill gems. Not monsters, though. Not possible to make Spectre. But what's the name of the golem in Expedition? And what's the name of the golem in Crystal Veins, is it? Bone Stalker. Oh, right. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Ossuary, Lab, Memory Void, Fragment the Memory. Okay. Well, they do have this. These are spectrable. Yeah, they suck. They genuinely suck, though. Hannah just finished cooking food, and ads are about to play. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run into the house, bring some food over, and I'll be back in a second. I'll play some ads for you guys. Kwani's creation. The fuck is this? They're not spectrable. It says no. Can't use them. All right, I'll be back. Enjoy the ads. If you're not a sub, hold on to something. Got food, boys. I has food. All right. Any other golems you guys figured out? There's a Reddit post with all raceable specters in a spreadsheet, but does that Reddit post include the tags of them, though? Let's do this. Let's see if we can find a golem guide. 325 build guide golem. I want to see what other people have done. Poison golem zombies. That looks exactly like a... Yeah, that looks exactly like just a poison SR, sorry, poison zoomancer. Leveling with golems is crazy. Subtract them. Let's watch this video.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to quickly share with you guys a Twink setup configuration.
It's really nice to twink them, yes.
Was recommended
Very,
by a
very
viewer, and then I worked on it a little bit, and I built it out into something. I kind of went overkill. I over-engineered it a little bit. Because that's what I like to do. I like to sit here and tinker and over-engineer. Anyway, basically what I was doing is let me turn off the automation support. That's going to be a little annoying while I'm talking. I wanted to try out the Envy rune enchant that people have been talking about this league. Envy plus Summon Special Wolf. That is really, really strong in Act 1 and 2. Basically, all you got to do is get low-level wands, craft Envy, and Summon Spectral Wolf. You can add in a Rigwald's quest to get more wolves more quickly, but that's very, very optional. And this will carry you through the first 3 acts for free. Literally doesn't matter what skill you use. I'm not even kidding. I use Lightning Tendrils. Doesn't matter what skill you use. What this Envy skill does is it will give you gives you an aura that will give you a ton of flat chaos damage to attacks and spells, both for you and your allies. So what you can do is SRS, you can do zombies, you can do whatever. But they will, in Act 1 through 3, they will hit very, very hard. I do recommend also using Summon Phantasm support to get a bunch of Phantasms. Anything else, it does not matter. That is so much flat damage in the early campaign that no matter what minion you have, skeletons, zombies, again, will one-shot almost everything in the entire campaign for the first 3 acts. It is insane. Particularly when you get the Summon Spectral Wolves. This is very common knowledge. This is something that a lot of people have talked about. This league, it is very common. I mean, the wolf thing's been around for a little bit. But then adding in the Envy enchant makes it even stronger. And just putting all that together, Act 1 through 3, totally solved, incredible. But I did notice that it was starting to get a little weak towards the end of Act 3, and it was fine. Like, the wolves and the phantasms, they were still doing okay damage, but it felt like average damage. It didn't feel like godlike damage. It didn't feel incredible. And I was just kind of lamenting that on stream, and a viewer, Honzai, recommended... I also was saying, I'm like sick of pressing too many buttons. Been pressing a lot of buttons this league, and I'm kind of sick of it. And I was like, I just want like an auto bomber to run through the campaign. And what Honzai, the viewer, recommended.
The best way to level, if you don't care about the class, Guardian. Act 1. No, not Act 1, sorry. First lab. Flamey boy. I did this in the gauntlet. Once you get that guy, Convocation, cooldown recovery, you shield, charge, frostbling, and convocate. That's all you do.
Was using the reverberation wand right here and putting in a summon flame golem, which you can do once you hit level 34 in Act 4. That will be a reward from Diala, I believe, or no, the other one, the one next to Diala. She will give you the golem reward when you finish the quest on a witch. Of course, this is a witch-specific video, if you couldn't tell already. But if you're leveling a witch, specifically an elementalist, definitely give this a shot. It's really, really good. So yeah, reverberation wand. This right here gives you a pseudo 6 link. You can put in flame golem. You can link it with a bunch of really good gems. You can do elemental focus. You can do predator support, and then you want to put in GMP. So that's the basic setup that you want to go for. Put that in a reverberation wand, and you have a pseudo 6 link, and you're off to the races. On top of that, you can still use the Envy skill right here to give the golems an additional plus 100 or so flat chaos damage, which will be really good early on. So that felt really good, Act 4 and 5. And then in Act 6, I noticed that it was a little bit lower than I liked. It was still okay. However, once you get to level 41, which is about halfway through Act 5 or so, then you can equip
This is not a Guardian, though.
And this is where it really pops off. This is where I started over-engineering a little bit. So the Clay Shaper is a rock breaker, one-handed mace, that does require a good amount of strength. So you might have to grab some strength nodes and stuff right here. high attribute requirements, but it will give you +1 to the maximum number of summon golems. Now, we don't really care about the added physical attack damage. We don't even really want our golems to be doing physical attacks. However, this will give us +1 number of summoned golems, so we want to equip 2 of those. Then on top of that, I'm using Primordial Chain for more golems, and then they're also tiny and cute, and then a Primordial Might and a Anima Stone right here. All of this together allows us to have 12 golems out. On top of that, we are also using a Summon Stone Golem of Safeguarding, which is really the piece that brings us all together, that makes us feel really tanky and strong. I currently have this in a Brine Rot mark, which is just very optional, but I thought it was a cool thing to toss it in, just make it a little bit stronger. This guy says, golems grant 15% of melee damage taken from your stone golem's life before you. And we buff our golems as much as possible. So this number actually gets very high. That's this number right here. This actually will get to 93%, I believe, when I have all my golems out. Let me summon them really quickly right here. I actually have I have a lot of golems. I have to unequip this. So
Yeah, but what I'm saying to Moose is that the Guardian one doesn't need any twink gear to do that.
So you can see this went to 93% of melee damage is taken from my stone golem. So, if you didn't know, most of the scary damage that's going to kill you, probably a big melee hit from an enemy just walking up and hitting you. This will mitigate 93% of that. And with our Stone Golem Safeguarding in the Brinewat mark, giving him an additional 20% of max life as energy shield, he is now extra tanky as well. And it's unlikely that I haven't seen his life get very low whatsoever. So this together with all of our golems out, if you didn't know, also as elementalists, of course, we take the golem nodes. The more golems that we have out, that will give you a stronger buff effect as well. So we have as many golems out as we can. They're also immune to elemental damage. They are getting resummoned. We don't have to worry about resummoning them. And we have a ton of golem buff effect on top of Golem Commander as well.
You know what?
That means...
Let me link you guys this video. We'll finish watching it. I'll take a quick bio break. Whilst you finish watching this, I'll be back.
That 15%, right, is scaling all the way up to 93%. We also have a Chaos Golem right here, and then we also have a regular Stone Golem, giving us a ton of life regen. I'm getting like 40% of my life regen per second. So all of that together is really the pieces going into this build, and let's just show you guys really quickly what that looks like. I have Convocation linked to automation support right here. I really just wanted an auto bomber, so I have automated flasks and everything. I don't have to press any buttons. And with the Convocation going, with the golems being summoned nonstop to my character, with them being aggressive with high cooldown recovery rate, they are just killing everything automatically for us, and we don't have to do anything else. And really the big benefit, like that's common, right? That's relatively common in a twink setup, right? And most twink setups are just movement speed, just damage. However, the benefit here is we are also really, really tanky. For a witch running through the campaign, you could say, hey, if you're a gladiator with max block and endurance charges, whatever, yeah, sure. But, one of the most annoying things, particularly if you try something like Hollow Palm on a witch, you will be so squishy, you're probably going to end the campaign with like 50 plus deaths. And it's just really annoying. It's very spammy, it's very high button pressing. Again, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm just clicking left click with my mouse right now, and there's nothing else going on. The golems are automatically doing everything. I do have both Wave of Conviction and Flammability on my mouse buttons, so I can do that when necessary on a harder single target. And ideally, I also do Signal Prey as well for a little bit more damage, but entirely optional, entirely non-necessary. In this situation, I am using Diallo's Malification. We do want to grab Summon Flame Golem of Hordes also as soon as possible. This will give us 2 additional golems on top of the base one. We lose the increased damage from Flame Golem, but we don't care about that because we're minion damage. And yeah, Diallo's with 1 red and 5 green sockets is ideal right here, but you can just use a Tabula, and that is totally fine. I was using a Tabula initially, and I was like, you know what? Well, if we're gonna go all out with the twink setup, why not? And this was 2 divines to buy right now with the right colors. And yeah, if I just put the debuffs on it, and you can see we're just hands off. They will automatically kill the boss. You don't got to do anything. And yeah, I don't know. Twink stuff always feels really good. Of course, you're always gonna be overpowered. All twinking is whatever. But I wanted something that was just an auto bomber that you could twink and just save my wrist, not press any buttons, just walk through everything. And yeah, I'm really, really happy with the setup. And I'm really excited to put together an Elementalist later. The goal was to put together an Elementalist, leveraging particularly the Summon Stone Golem Safeguarding. This is some tech that people are playing around with a lot more this league. The core here is using the Stone Golem Safeguarding, and the Chaos Golem, buffing that as much as possible. And then we can get all the other defenses that Elementalist has, particularly going into the Bastion of Elements. And then we're going to go for
High budget
Flesh
has
and
to be
Stone,
Necro,
all
yes.
the other defensive layers that we can
100%.
get. I've seen examples of Elementalists actually being pretty darn tanky this league. You know, compared to a 10 endurance charge Slayer or something, of course not. I don't think that's going to compare. But for something at a lower budget, for something that, you know, we got to try to find some defenses on Elementalist. Because, you know, after the nerfs this league, she's in a worse place than she has been in the past. And I think this is some pretty cool tech. So I'm excited to try it out a little bit later on stream today. But yeah, if you're looking to start an Elementalist and you just want one of the smoothest, most fun campaign, just twink setups, you know, watch Netflix, one hand on the mouse, you know, the other hand doing whatever you want to do with it. This is, give it a shot. It's really fun. All right, thanks for watching. See you guys soon. Goodbye.
Holy shit! Look at this guy. Subtractor's got a ton of Patreons. Holy fuck. Wait, how many do I have? Good lord. March? What the fuck? Where do I see how many I have? Active ones. Apply filter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Hey, Ignacy, I see your name there. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you, dude. Holy shit, dude. Where is my stream? There it is. Okay, so, really good way to do be a lazy leveling approach. Absolutely, I like Subtract them. I think it does good stuff. Happy partner anniversary! Thank you, boys. I have officially been streaming for 10 years and what 4 or 5 months or something, actively, and I had that anniversary a couple months ago, obviously. But today I have been partnered for 10 years. 10 years partner. 10 years. Which is kind of funny because I believe that the first Twitch partner came 2013. So I got my Twitch partnership 1 year after that. You think Element is auto summon work with Spectre Golems? Seriously doubt it. Seriously doubt it. Okay, so I don't think there's any spectrable golems or golem tagged monsters that I think we'd actually care about. Guarded hordes. What's the name of those? Because the Bone Stalkers suck dick. Let's just be real. They suck dick. Actually, fuck. No, I don't have this guy's Discord. I could PM him. Like, I talk often. Like, I talk to Nebuchadnezzar. He's the guy behind Craft of Exile and the D4 Craft page as well. Like, this page. He's a good guy. And, oh, PoE 2. Love to see it, man. But I know that he talks to the guy who does PoEDB or has contact with him. In Hulk, that's true. No. It's a construct, not golem. There's a chaos golem in the I need to go with a character that's not gonna kill them. Hold on, I gotta respond to this. What do I have? Nothing. Okay. Life, I'll be fine. I don't see physical golems in here. And this doesn't seem to list... This doesn't seem to list the, the Bone Stalker's not in here either. Well, we get the elemental versions in here at least. That's a golem? Huh. Constructs? Not spectrable. Wrought Void Core. I think someone mentioned that before and that they were not spectrable. Oh, they are. Actually, no. Look at a gamey with the raid. Thank you so much, dude. Well, the idea was to play around with this and see what we could do with this. Then someone, who I already forgot the name of, I'm so sorry, mentioned in chat that the idea of Primordial Jewel scaling a Spectre with a Golem tag. And basically what it did is I put on a scuba dive outfit, right? And then I took a deep plunge in this rabbit hole. And we are so deep into this right now that I'm not going to find my way out of it. So we're just going to keep digging. Keep diving. This is not gonna work. Okay, these suck. It's a good idea, but they suck. Where are they from, though? Doesn't say. Like, I never... The idea of looking at a Golem tagged Spectre to work with Primordial Jewels is not something I have ever given a thought. So this is like new territory for me to dive into. So this list gave me... This is Lightning Golems, Ice Golems, Fire Golems, but we don't see a list... well, there's a Chaos Golem as well. I don't see a list of physical Golems from the fandom page. It's a lot of Chaos Golems, though. Soulfight Golem. I mean, let's be real. It probably will suck dick. But it would be fun to find out. Because, I mean, we might find that one sweet spot, right? Are you serious? Really?
Welcome to the crew line.
Rock on, brother.
Okay, first off, this is from All Flame. So we don't have access to them. So we can skip that already. Neo does 43 months. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate that, man. Today is my 10-year Twitch partner anniversary. Void Core's Ultimatum. Must buy a new patch to play Diablo? No, but if you want to play the new campaign and the new class, you have to buy the expansion. Okay. Monster type. Golem. Monster type Rubble Golem. What level is this based off, by the way? What the fuck is a Rubble Golem?
Welcome to the crew line.
Deconic, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Spectrable. No, but that's the gap closer. And then they will start using the regular attack. We'll save this. We'll save this. We will save this. Save that on the side here. The damage doesn't look too bad. Okay, next. Stormstruck Golem. Nah, the Rubble is melee. Guarantee you that. This will suck. Next. Animated stone. Construct does not even count as a golem, does it? It says rock golem, golem specter, rock golem, rock golem. Doesn't have a golem tag. Interesting. Hill shard and hill fragment. There's no way these are going to be good. They're spectrable. Doesn't count as a golem. And the other one was hill fragments. Spectrable. Not tagged as golems. Hill remnant, probably the same, but I will double check. Same thing. Thay of Tool. Ooh, Thay of Tool. Those were old school defense specters back in the day. It had projectile in their skills. Where? What? This? It says range attack, mirror charge can't use, projectile, melee, single target, multi-strikeable, melee. Like, the fact that it's multi-strikeable is just telling me that it's not going to be a range attack. I mean, obviously, we can see it. It says that they're shooting a projectile. We'll have to test it out. If the damage is if it's efficient enough, then sure, we'll look at it. But why were they whirling blades into a range attack, right? They don't count as golems. God damn it. That would have been fun. Those were old school specters that we used to use back in the day. PUEDB refinery construct, was it? Yes. It's not count as golems, they're constructs. Chevron's vision. They also have the tags. Wait, what? Do they? Are there any monster with a golem tag in PvDB? Well, that's what we're looking at. So if this is the case, the chevrons should not have golem tag. But these would have, which is void constructs, which we already checked, didn't we? Okay, so we can go by this list here instead in the BM. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's get a 78 scaling. Yeah, okay. Next. Void constructs. The fuck did I do now? What row is that? Void construct. So, like, the Arctic Golem should not count as one then. Which is really weird if it doesn't. And it doesn't. Wow. So it has to be in the BM list then. That's really weird. Like, we don't even know if this stuff will actually translate over to working on... If it even will work on them, right? Because it might just work on the skill gems, which would not be accurate. The rubble, though, is very interesting. Wrought Strider, I don't think they're... No. Storm Charged Cogwork. Spider Zombie tag, and they do get modifiers affected by Race Zombie. Good testing, sir. Do literally nothing. Skills sound pretty OP. Yeah, it's when they're stationary behind a door in Expedition. Golem. Are these spectral? Flame Golem doesn't have the Golem tag, only Construct. But that isn't actually a Golem. Interesting. You're right. But we know for a fact that this works on Flame Golem. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it only affects the gem then. But here's the thing. Harmony has golem skills. That's for the gem. And then the other modifier says summon golems. Then the Cicada says they tested with specters with zombie tag, and they do get modifiers affected by Ray Zombie. Primordial golems. Is that a thing? No. I might have to reach out to Viper-esque about this. These looks very interesting. This is 78 scaling. Look at the damage. That's a lot of damage. Non-crit though. This is how you solve that though. You just give them base crits. And before gloves like that, you'd run elemental focus, control destruction. But here's the thing. This promotes Doriani's prototype. There's no way they would compete with Rich Defilers if you do that. Then we have Frosted Cogwork. The cold version seems to be a construct and not a golem. Powered Cogwork. Oh, that's good to know, Cicadas, yeah. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Golem. Nope. This song got me thinking about Brendan Hart's newest album, actually. Let me see. Running up that hill. Right, where was I? Can't we easily test Golem Spectres with a Golem Amulet? So this prevents me from having non-Golem minions, and because of the Spectre minions are also tagged with Spectres, I don't think that's going to work. The Frosted has the Golem tag. I mean, it literally says in the BM here that it does not. No, it's a oh, it says Golem here. What? So the BN works as well? Because BO did not work. I think it was. That won't be that good. Brittle cog work then. We do need to find a way to test if this works as well. Somehow. 7 seconds, so no. Like, look at this. Molten Golem. So look at these. It's an Eldritch modifier, not a Golem modifier. As the devs, sure, but I mean, they might not be available to respond right away. Does BO work? Flame Scuttler? Let's try it out. Flame Scuttler. That works as well. Storm Scuttler. I think that lightning ones will have to stay away from because they're gonna have to they have to compete with Wretch Defiler, Storianis. I don't think that's gonna be possible. Fuck the Scuttlers. How about Salvager then? Cool over cavalry. Pick a random gold spectre with a CD, convert the damage to elemental, and use void manipulation. Cooldown. Convert the damage to elemental and use void manipulation. That's a good way to test the Iconic, yes. Good call. Construct and Golem, by the way. Hell no. Salvager can all suck a dick then. Forge Crawler. They're available this league, right? It's from, what's the face? Crucible. Okay. Frosted, we checked that. We checked that. That's it. That's it. Please read this. The spreadsheet is working. Oh, lol. Now you tell me now that I'm done with the entire post? I literally went through this entire list, man.
Emotional damage.
Okay, I missed this. Rusty Crusher. Oh, yeah, like, did these even work? The best one we have so far is Rubble Golem. Some of these tags are so funny to read, though. Oh, not int. Scarecrow, not dex, not int. Powered cogwork has nice damage. What? Didn't I literally look at them and said they don't have enough damage? Yeah, this is not enough damage. This is a leap impact. Then after they leap in... So here's the thing, right? This is melee strike range. So the way the AI works with this, first off, this is not a good enough damage. And it's lightning, so they have to compete with Wretch Defilers, which are projectile-based ranged. These guys will leap into melee range. Then they start melee attacking. Their melee attack is really horrible. Like, this is their damage. It's absolutely terrible. The leap does good damage, though. Custom loot filter. You just use never... Yeah, I use never sinks. I don't have a custom one. I've been thinking about making one. These are the ones I think will perform the best. Corpse Spectres is not in this list. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Today marks my 10-year Twitch partner anniversary. Where did my YouTube stream go? There. Okay. Wait, hold up. What's the base cooldown heal on Stone Golem Slams? 4, 3, 5, 6. This has a duration of 4 seconds. True, but This is a problem. I think they're gonna start shooting range unless you convocate them into melee range. So here's the rubble golem, right? This is a 1.17 attack time, which is really good. They have a gap closer, and then they basically slam with this, right? I think these will have the best AI for what we're trying to do. Okay, so let's try Rubble Golem. This is probably going to be the most stupidest thing I've done this year. But whatever, right? Really? Okay.
Hail, Godslayer. Godslayer. Hail, God.
Broken Ridge. They're actually in here. They only exist in here. What? What about Rumbling Mass? I didn't know there was something else. But these are Rumbling Masses. We're looking for Rubble Golem. And they are spectrable. So that's not it. No, it's a... Oh, it could be Act 7. Yeah. There's a Broken Ridge in Act 7. Right? No. No, there's not. No, it is... It is here. In Act 7. But where? Huh? Oh, there. Lol. It is the Act 7 area. You're right. Thank you. Interesting. Very interesting. Please stay alive, fuck's sake. Pelor gives so true. Here we got one. So they have a 1.17 attack time. Yo, heal. Can I steal? Do you have any? Okay, anyone in chat have a bunch of eminence? Anyone has a bunch of eminence?
Hail, Godslayer.
No, that's attack support. Never mind. One, two.
Welcome to the crew.
10 years you don't look a day over 40.
Really, dude? What do we do if this works? We never humored that idea. That what is this? What if this works? You know, what do we do then? All right, if anyone in chat can get me some eminence jewels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In league. You like not roll over them and actually swing. Okay. You call this build Rolling Stones? That's a good idea, actually. So it looked like when I was having this that they were rolling more than attacking. Like if I did this. Holy shit, it's slow. Like, look at this. If it rolls outside of range, it'll try to roll back. And if it goes through the target, it'll roll back again. I don't need harmonies. They don't have cooldown. What I need is eminence. And I need a lot so I can tell if it works or not. Yes, they rolled to get into melee range, but like, here's the thing, right? If the jungle valley map right there is the targets, and they roll through, and my golem end up standing... Holy shit, he's so slow. And if he stands over here, he's no longer in melee range, and he's going to try to roll back. And if he then rolls, so he stands on the other side, far away, he's going to try to roll back again. Now, this is solvable with convocation. So how much, like the thing we want to test is how much they're like 5C. Bruh. Okay. Guys, anyone that brings me primordial eminence will get 1D per jewel. I want 7. What's that list? It's a character I call the Rolling Stones. That's funny. Strats? I mean, it works. Right. Here. That was 20. That was also 20. Not bad. I have 1, 4 more. To be fair, that kind of should be enough for me to tell, but... I'd rather overkill it. 19 roll. Right. So basically what we're looking for is the attack speed, right? And if this works, it'll be very interesting. One more. Two, actually. %. Is that a bottom one? Yeah. 1 now. You know what? It's fine. Thanks, guys. All right. So realistically, we should have much. If this works, he will have a very, very high attack speed now. Right? The channel is the chat. 66, 66. It's the global channel I'm always in. Come on, bro. Move, man. Please have fast attack speed. The roll doesn't look faster. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Come in here and start swinging. Is that faster? It sure as fuck don't look faster to me. Bro, could you actually just attack him? Thank you. You have feeding frenzy. Like, how much did we give him? There are 6 of these jewels, most of which are 19-20% rolled. I have given him over 100% attack speed. This does not look like he's getting over 100%. Definitely rolls faster than before. All right, let's remove all the jewels. Because I couldn't tell. Not to mention that the AI sucks dick for it, so... That's not faster. It's the exact same speed. It's the exact same speed. Which means that the primordial jewels will only affect golem skills, not golem tag monsters or summons. Well, there we have it. That was a fun rabbit hole to dive into. So, blame whoever gave me the idea in the chat earlier. It's his fault. His fault. So we dived into this rabbit hole. That was fun, though. Let's go. It was fun. The more you know. Cool idea. Yeah. Well. So this can all go fuck itself. What if it works with constructs? There's no indication on the jewels that it would ever work on constructs. That also makes sense as to why the jewels work on the Flame Golem. Because Flame Golem, as we talked about earlier, does in fact not have a Golem tag. It's a construct tag. without the golem tag for some reason. And that one scales with the eminence jewels. And we know this for a fact because there's been builds throughout many, many, many years now using that. It does work on specters with skeleton tag, another hole. You're talking about judgmental spirits? Is that what you're talking about? Because judgmental spirit is that's a different approach, because judgmental spirit has an aura that applies to skeleton tag monsters. So that makes sense compared to the way the primordial jewels are working. Is a rubble golem also a construct? It could be, but it's also tagged as a golem, which was the important part here. Which is the best goal to scale DPS. I think that harmony stacking on stone golem is probably the end game play, but Frost autoscats from Heist. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We already verified that the jewels does not apply to Spectre golem tags, so it doesn't matter anymore. And it's not affecting constructs. We have literally just confirmed that it does not translate over to the Spectres. And we also confirmed that the tags don't matter. The jewels, no matter what it says, only applies to golem skills. Otherwise, the flame golem wouldn't get affected by the eminence, which has now been confirmed. So we can just ignore looking at specters for the golems, because it will just not work, or for the golem jewels, that is. There was another question I read. What was that? Stone over Carrion. With eminence stacking, yes. Only way to craft the exploding one to reroll the synth in place of Einar. Yeah, or drop it or buy it. The weight, expected tries. No, I don't know that. Sorry. Okay, so here's the thing. You're not gonna have... You're not going to be having a build with those golems, trying some wonky setup that does lightning damage. And the simple reason for that is that you have, like, the Wretch Defilers, which I am using. A lightning approach would literally promote the idea of using... it would literally promote the idea of using... Doriana's prototype. And you're not going to compete with this. Like, you just won't compete with this. How are you going to compete with this? Like, you can't. You cannot compete with this with a wonky setup. That just won't work. Like, a wonky setup will not compete with the high-performing endgame approach. That's just crazy talk. Minion bleed build. Don't. I guess Reaper. Bleed don't stack. There's only one way to make minions stack bleed, and it sucks. Can I show my ADU smiting with Dorian's prototype? I'd rather not, because if I look at one person's build that is not what we're trying to do, then I'd have to look at everyone else who wants me to look at their characters. And suddenly that's all I'll do till the podcast starts tonight. So, to go back to the Golem build. So, what was the issues? The issues is... We fixed the spell suppression. Do we really need spell suppression, no heal? Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind it, but if you look at the actual max hit taken, you're way better off, like way better, not doing it. You need mitigation. Like, you have high sustain, But you need mitigation. You have high energy shield, but you lack mitigation. There's no endurance charges. Well, actually, no, that's not true, because we added warlords. So we do, in fact, have endurance charges now. Here we go. But this is like, for the amount of money you'd spend on a build like this. Suppress is the best mitigation. For elemental, sure, but look at it. 42,000? 42k. Max LE hits. Let's go to another build. Let's go to, where is it? This one? This is without spell suppression, and I have 44,000 elemental hit, max hit taken. But I have twice your fist damage mitigation. As an example. From that one specifically. And that's without spell suppression. Like, without spell suppression, I'm actually higher in my LE hit than you have at the moment. Now, you had a little bit more energy shield before we started fiddling with it, so you had a little bit more, which would be about the same as I had without spell suppression. Now, I don't mind the evasion approach. I don't mind that. The problem I see with this is you get it, like, you have to fix accuracy, right? That's one thing that has to be solved. We're tight on jewels. We're tight on skill points. We already have accuracy. Best slot for that would be an accuracy jewel in here, which will drop the damage, and that's fine. Do pretty good damage at the moment, 41 mil. And we will do more. We'll get like about 5 or 6 billion DPS just from accuracy being fixed alone. But having 16k max fist hit taken... You barely just survive a mid-roll Shaper Slam. So if that crits, or if it hits you with a high roll, you're dead. Actually, that's not true. You would mitigate it, because Flesh and Stone would kick in. I'm not saying you should not go CI heal. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to trade something to get mitigation up. Like the endurance charges is promoting the idea of doing this. That node alone would up the P max hit with 900. That's a lot. And the Ghost Rod is very nice, yes. Now, here's the thing. This is Recover Energy Shield. But we already have... Why is that not spec'd? Because it doesn't really matter. We have ES leeching for us anyways. So that's not something I'm concerned about. Sustain is fine. We even have insta-leech on it as well. Still have deaths? Oh. Well, I replaced the automation IC with Feeding Frenzy. Because if I do this, now we just gain 4 million DPS. There's no way you're not going to take that. Accuracy still needs to get up, though. And it doesn't have to be a super tank build, but it's like you bring this into a juiced up tier 17, you're gonna struggle. Well, not struggle, but there would be a high risk of you occasionally dying, depending on how you juiced it, right? Congrats to 10 years. You're awesome, too. Thanks so much, Jetson. I appreciate that, man. 10 years Twitch partner today. Shush. How valuable is the asp? I mean, if you ask me, it's like the most valuable thing on the planet, but we're talking about the market curse this time. Ooh. We don't want to remove any of them. Unless we do Curse AG. Why don't we do a Curse AG? $45. We'll lose $5 million for that. Curious, do you really need haste? Okay, so why the fuck are you running haste? The solution is right in front of us. For everything. Actually. Because I like to run fast, that's your argument. So you're sacrificing a 50% reservation to give you 13% movement speed. And you're using Leap Slam. Allow me to fix all of our problems. First off, Asmark goes away. And then we do this. Alright, now we just gained ourselves 6 million DPS. And now we have higher mana reservation. Where the fuck is precision? I thought we already had one. Fuck Arctic armor, man. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, look at that. We saved the skill point. I can't really explain why the level 10 haste there. Well, I removed it, so you're good. Okay? You're fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good, man. It never happened. I don't even need the Enlighten in here. We have an open socket. There. Now we have 55 million DPS, by the way. Automation on convocation. Never, ever, ever automate convocation. Ever. I cannot tell you how many times I have to tell people to not socket it in your trigger weapon or automate it. You should never, ever, ever, ever do that. What is the purpose of convocation? It has two purposes. One is offensive, one is defensive. The offensive one is... Let me illustrate. Here's a pack of enemies. Here's a pack of enemies. Here's your starting point. You run up here. You leap, slam, flame dash, frost blink, whatever, right? You land here. At this position, this is where you convocate. What happens? The entire pack evaporates, so you're moving on to the next pack, right? What happens if your automation of convocation triggers here? Well, now you're sitting inside a pack of enemies. You don't have your leech, you don't have your sustain, you don't have your mitigation. You're just waiting for your minions to actually arrive because you have automated convocation. That's the offensive purpose behind it. Here's a strong box with DD. There's a bunch of corpses all over the fucking field here. See where I'm going with this? You move up. Doesn't matter if you're flame dashing or whatever. You're moving up. You click the box. You run out. At this point, you use your leaf slam, whatever. So you land over here. What happens if your convocation ended up here? Well, now your minions run as a higher risk of dying if there's enough corpses around here, depending on the map mods. Those are the two main reasons for convocation. You never, ever, ever, ever automate convocation. Ever. Well, okay, there's one moment where you could do it. It's if you're twink leveling and you don't give a fuck. But if you have, in this case, that's expensive. Not sure if that's expensive. Not sure about that one. Should be expensive, I'm not sure. Those are your 4 purchasable specters. Where is he? There. Animate Guardian. Expensive as fuck. You don't want to risk him dying. Now, you can play an entire year and never have your minions die. It's just that automating it puts you at a risk of having him die. And you actually, when you have permanent minions there to do damage for you, you manually clicking the convocation where you want or need it will increase your clear speed compared to automating it. Especially with automation. Oh, they're fighting something. You're stepping away from the target to loot something. Oh, you just convocated. Now all of your, in this specific case, it's melee minions. Now you just moved all of your damage that's actively DPSing away from the target. No. Hell no. Okay, so we just gamed this build damage. We're sitting at 55.3. Now, I'm fine with removing damage to fixing this issue right now. We save 1 skill point. We fix the accuracy. We are now ailment immune across the board without sacrificing jewels for it. We're spell suppression capped. We're rest capped. A lot of rest cap, by the way. Honestly, the only thing left is fixing this. How bad it would be to just run a shield? Well, if you do run a shield, you'd be inclined to go with a little block route. Block is gonna give you EHP, not fist max hits, though. I wouldn't actually care too much about a shield with this. Unless you're running like Svalin, I guess. Obviously, you'll lose maybe 10, 20 million DPS. But if the idea right now is to increase your max hit, because you have so much fucking energy. Okay, that's true. That's true. You do get a lot of energy shield if you ignore damage modifiers. Now, here's the thing. Do you want to ignore damage modifiers if you go for a shield? Because if I do this, we went from 55 million to 26. So then I have to change with the Mata's teaching in here. I went from 55 million or whatever the fuck it was, down to 32 million. You're gonna want to compensate this loss with damage modifiers on a shield. Now, you can still get some modifiers from it. So, I mean, we can look at a fossilized shield, right? Energy. We do this. We do level. Minion skills. We do energy shield. 66 a flat then, I guess. 174%. Flat it is. So you have something realistic. Minion damage. And then you can get some general stats, right? You can give the minions crit strike chance or something, right? So if I were to equip something like this, we only lost, what, 13 million DPS or whatever the fuck it was. However, this is not changing. We got, what, 8,000 energy shield versus... We got 400 energy shield for it. I don't think that's worth it at all. Granted, we get shield charge, which is nice. We could skip the level, sure. What does a fear essence do on a shield? Life. Alright. I guess I'm doing the Guardian Absolution build, but I feel that all my minions are made of paper. I'm in Act 4. Damage is really good, but they die. Do you have your first lab done? And when you say they die, are you referring to minions that is not zombies as well dying? Because the zombies will fucking die in the gauntlets. Oh, wait. Alright, I'm gonna pause the music for this one. You're telling me you're in Act 4 without doing the first lab? Is that correct? How... Okay, therapy. How bad did the Dominus fight go for you? Actually, sorry, I'll take that back. How bad did it feel to fight the ads before Dominus? Zero? Easy? Okay. So what I did in the gauntlet, I did lab before Piety and Dominus. Because here's the thing. This motherfucker, this node, is the strongest first ascendancy node in the entire game that you could ever pick up. There is not a single node in the entire game that at first lab point of the campaign that can compete with this node. What this node lets you do is spec convocation cooldown recovery, and then you're running through the campaign, including the gauntlets. And it doesn't stop. You're finishing the entire campaign in the gauntlets with that node alone. That's all you need. You don't even need the other parts. That's why I run overcharge support and absolution and treat them as shock bots. Because the damage comes from him. That's how insane that node is. So do that, and then you'll be fine. Plus, it gives you... Dude, it gives you 20% fucking damage mitigation from hits. You're in the gauntlet. Go get it. God damn it. The hell? Hearing that makes me want to reroll. It falls off very quickly after, like, yellow tier maps. But up until then, it's fine. Okay. Yo, heal. Here's the thing. We have 55 million DPS right now. And we have endurance charges. But what I'm thinking is, if we are able to sacrifice nodes somewhere, or hell, even a fucking jewel, would allow us to change the warlord. We could change the warlord for a yes, but the thing is, we want to use the turtle for 5% PDR, but we also want to combine that with a Watcher's Eye. Now, that's a jewel socket. And if we do get that, that means that one jewel socket gets into a small cluster. So we lose one jewel from that. We lose another one for our Watcher's Eye. That's 2 jewel sockets all of a sudden. That's going to cost us a lot of damage. And why did I take a life for this jewel, actually? I just realized. Woke multi, that's your solution. Good lord. find out. We barely touched our damage doing that, and we upped the P max hit quite a lot. Do you have any chance that new big guys support a PUB? I only have the SRS version of it. No, wait, that's not it. Sorry. So obviously skip the SRS, but I use the same tree here. Definitely using Bell. Okay, I need to cut some points down. We might actually cut all of this. After all, I guess it's that point. Let's try expensive double mod watchers. I mean, to be fair, what you really want to do, you want to get something like, yeah, you want to get, okay, I don't have it on this character, but I did have a watcher's eye that gave PDR, crit reduction, and max LES based off pure development. Now that one's expensive though. Merci beaucoup, GG. So I don't like the LE hit being 43k. Like, what the fuck's up with that? We got the P hit up to 21k. I'm fine with that. You know what? I'm fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. Is there another way for us to get more PDR? Chaos Golem, but I mean, yeah, that's not gonna happen. It doesn't matter that we don't have buff effect on it heal. It's just that if we do, it's gonna fuck with our damage. Because it means one less golem, right? But he does give really good PDRs. I mean, let's say I just add a Chaos Golem, just like this. That is, I mean, you see how much PDR he gets? 9% fist damage mitigation. It's a lot. The turtle we just added is a shitty determination to enable Watcher's Eye. The Guardian turtle itself is 5%. We do have some effects from here, right? Yeah. But we would lose a lot of damage. And Ellie is just huge, true. Thanks, Impalum. I might have a salute. Wait. Yes. What happens if we do this? And I drop Charisma? You don't run Charisma. You run Grave Pact. Oh, right. It was the other POB had Charisma. Never mind. The determination is terrible. You get 2.5k armor. Like, having armor flask is completely irrelevant at this point. The only reason we use it is so that we are affected by determination, so we can utilize the Watcher's Eye for PDR. Right, I do want to have this in here. For sure. I mean, right now you have a Jade, Stibnite, Quartz, and Quicksilver. Look at how overcapped we are in resistances right now. Will make the gearing so much easier. If you skip the idea of running, you skip the idea of Bottle of Faith, we could just smack in like a Granite Flask, I guess. $18. 3. How about we fix these flasks? Do it this way. I mean, it's getting better. Kaleidoscope? I was not using it to rest cap, I'm pretty sure. I swear, Heal, I'm trying to not be condescending. I'm trying, man. Jade. It's fine, man. The flash looked horrible anyways. And there was a one flash lacking and stuff. But it's fine. It's all good, man. To be fair, there's literally nothing else you would want out of it, so. Okay, so we upped the damage a lot. We upped the EHP by a lot. We upped the Fizz max hit by about 50%. 45%. It's all good, Heal. We've all been there. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually pretty satisfied with the results of this. Would I play it? Yeah, I think I'd give it a try. I could definitely see myself giving this a try. Dude, I get so fucking annoyed with the sound of these specters. Please shut the fuck up. Good lord. Do they have to make so much noise? So, here's what I'm thinking. There's two things, right? One, I hate the attribute scaling here. Well, the thing is, Heal, if I play this, I would like to do it from the start and ground up, right? So what I would like to do is actually play test it as in the Elementalist version, in the low budget first, to also show people how to do it, and the leveling part of it, like it literally sell self an approach till you, well, not sell self, but you know what I mean, like super low budget, no twinking and stuff like that, and go from there. I would like to do that first, and then go into higher budget from there to show people the progressional state of the character. So I want to get rid of the utmost intellect. I want to check the high budget. I mean, this is gonna work or not. I know it's gonna work. I just want to make it better. Like, I want to get rid of this. So here's the thing, right? Because of the fact that we are running pure development, that allows us to have even more intelligence from our suffixes, which would increase the value of those nodes. So the higher gear, the more attractive this becomes. I hate it, though. Hate it. But they serve a very good purpose, especially with higher end gear, right? Look at the rest, right? We're overcapped, 45% in cold rest. Let's go to the helmets. What do we have here? 44 lightning rest. Chest already has intelligence. I can flip that cold rest into lightning rest, and then remove this lightning rest, and I'd be capped on everything, and I can get a big intelligence roll in here instead, as an example of what you could do. You don't need 20% minion damage crafted. Hello? You'd actually do flat energy shield on this. No, you do percent energy shield even. Can you do that? No, it's already a craft there. You'd rather do that. There is a flat already. Oh, shit. I guess you would have to do the hybrid one, but it's such a small thing. It does not matter. Whatever. It's fine. I mean, the helmet can get more ES if you buy a Fractured Hubris Circlet 100% tile with Fractured +2 minion skills. Yes. That'll be very easy to craft as well. Especially as you don't go influences. Just fix the prefixes. Once that's done, you Eldritch craft it. Lich helmet, of course. Yeah, you would do a Lich helmet. Essentially, it would look like this, right? How do I make it fractured in PUB? And then you would actually just go... Actually, you want that to be maxed. You do this. What else do we have? We have Lightning Rest, Strength Intelligence. You do this. And then you'd bench. We won't need that. Nice. We won't need it. It's really nothing else. Anyways, and then we would do this. And then we would do this. Eater or world. Add a save. And then we need to add a Searing Exarch modifier, which would be Ellie Res, I think. No, that's just lightning. Fuck that. What else do we want? Increase Vuln Curse. Lul. Mana cost. Leap slamming. There. Well, now we're on 25.5k fizz hit. We're also sitting on almost 9,000 energy shield right now. Thank you, Bizmaker. How many hours streamers PUBG? I mean, we did some testing and dug into Spectre Golems and stuff like that as well. Now, here's the thing. The Fizz Myth is actually better than this. Alright, Heal, I'll catch you later, man. Let me find it. I have a PUB here somewhere with this. in the config. There you go. No, I expected to stack 16 aggravated bleeds. That's not how aggravated bleeds work. You'd have the stacking of bleed, which is really bad, and one of those bleeds will be aggravated. That's how it will work. One of them. Suddenly it sucks dicks, right? Trust me, I tried to make that work and it was shit. Okay, are we happy with this? I mean, I just pushed the build up to 32,000 fizz hits. Can this tank an Uber Saber Slam? It can tank 1.4 Uber Shaper Slams. What happens if it rolls top damage? We're still not dead. What happens if it crits? We're still not dead. Okay. It's really awkward not taking these notes, yeah. In my first season in PoE, I've raised Spectre Pathfinder running Wretch Defilers. I have 200 div to upgrade my build. Your first season and you have 200 divs? Holy shit. Running Wretch Defilers and 200 div to upgrade my build. Would it be better to go with a different Spectre? I haven't looked in too much detail of the Pathfinder Spectre, so I can't really say. I think that the Pathfinder Spectre build that you're referring to is very likely the Dorianish prototype setup, right? I made an improved version of that, but my version is a Necromancer. So I can't speak for the Pathfinder version. I didn't like the Lethe Shade mitigation application or solution to the downside of Dorianish prototype, which I tackled in a very different way with this character. This is a Dorianish prototype build. Because we went with Watcher's Eye for mitigation, movement of fist damage taken to Ellie, and Sublime Vision for the same purpose, and the remaining 50% we covered with Divine Flesh. So this character, I mean, look at my res. I never take lightning damage, and I never take fire damage with this character. But I know the Pathfinder build is good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's a very good build, but I can't speak for it or what you should upgrade with. Are we satisfied? I mean, look at the EHP. I have a 96 Elementalist I'm running Golems on. Would it be better to change to it? I think that the Pathfinder Spectre build will do just fine. I don't think you should go through the entire process of remaking and rebuilding a build from the ground up with your currency when you have a build that's already functioning. Sure, I would love it if you played my build, of course, but I mean, the Pathfinder one is a good build, so. But like I said, I can't speak for it. So here's the thing. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes for this. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes. This makes me lose 3,000 fist max hits. It's 1,000 energy shield. Okay, so we have let's see, 8.9k ES and 32k P max. Do I need this? Yeah, we kind of do. Okay. Are we happy with this, though? It's very tight on the spell suppression, that's for damn sure. I have 0 life regen. We actually have 0 regen. Huh. I mean, we got the build up to 55 million DPS. Well, almost. 55 million. And it is ridiculously tanky. Like, I would arguably say that this is a very, 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 very good version of this build. Ghost Dance is actually really good for this. How expensive is this build? Wow. Wow. Okay. Granted, we took a 11 here. You serious? This is more than enough. Why is there life in there all of a sudden? Oh, because oh, fuck, sorry. My bad. There we go. Not that expensive. What's up, Kiki? How you doing, man? 10 years, dude. 10 years of content creation. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Wait a second. Prepper for the podcast tonight. Pretty sure I was still in diapers 10 years ago, and Roots is about to be in diapers. Crazy time, in it. Yeah, I just screenshotted that. I'm gonna send it to Roots right now. All right. So I mean, obviously this is the expensive part. Here's the funny part with this though. This is as far from meta as you can get. So if I were to do this, we cut these out. War and Claw renewal. What's this? No, I don't mean to have it fractured, motherfucker. That's not what I said. There. Boom. Look how cheap this is. It's easy to craft as well. So, honestly, it's not that hard. Okay, fine. Lich's circlet, craft of exile, please. But if I do it, it loses his mods. Okay, this is kind of expensive. What about... What if we do it this way? Dun, dun, doo, doo. 1200 chaos? But what if I want at least this? I'm guessing 10 divs, maybe more. Well, well, shit. So what? You'd actually have to buy this. That's expensive. Like, that's very expensive. But sure. You would just make it. Yes, I would just make it. You're right. So that's 6 times 4. That's 24 divs. It cost me half the currency on average to make it myself. So yeah, I would definitely do that. I could even get unlucky and still make out. Still make out with the profits. Okay. So, needless to say, this build will work. Like, it will actually work. Abyss socket as well? No. That won't be good. That will not work. I'm gonna be honest. I am very happy with how this turned out. It's a very tight on the spell suppression. And the only other solution to that would be evasion energy shield helmets. So that's 309 energy shield. Can't you get suppression on helmets? You can do that to ease up the pressure of spell suppression. We lose 2,000 visits. $309. I wonder if this is not better though. Actually, because it's evasion, we can just roll spell suppression now. And that would help spell suppression so much. To ease up on rolls on that. On the other items. Also, I'm pretty sure this will be significantly cheaper. You want to use essence? I did. I did use an essence. It's right there. Div cheaper than that. Do suppress and helmet and boots. You can save like those 7 points and move your cluster to the Inquisitor side. No, because we need the mastery for lucky spell suppression. But it would allow us to not need perfect rolled fractured spell suppressions. You'd craft it yourself, it's fine. But you would lose P max hit, and I don't like that. So I'd rather do the Lich's Circlet for it and actually go for the max spell suppression. So heal. Here's the verdict. This is the build. So we have 55 million DPS almost. Watcher's Eye also has 15 suppress. I like that idea. We're actually capped without lucky spell suppression, dude. Huh. So we do lucky spell suppression, and we change our stibnite. No, sorry, our quartz flask. And we're still spell suppression cap this way. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. So what do we add? Oh, we add a granite flask. No, basalt flask. Here we go. What suffix, though? None of them do anything for us. Elemental rest, I guess, is fine, but the rest is like, it doesn't really matter. So, whatever. Instilling, full enchant, add to build, and there you go. That's the build. Almost 55 million. Oh, you died there? Yeah, sorry to hear that, dude. Thank you so much for it. Oh. Is that to do the whole trial? Oh, well, that's better than dying. Why basalt with just 9k armor? What other flask would you do? If not for a basalt flask, what other flask would you do? I'm keen to changing it, but for what? We have granite already. We don't want to rely on resistance flasks. I would do this because the focus here is to increase the P max hit. And granite is the only flask we can do that with. I like the idea of going spell suppression, lowering the energy shield, and get spell suppression on the helmet as well. Because if we do get spell suppression on the helmet, Ball of Faith, yeah, we can do Ball of Faith for damage if we wanted to. Sure. I mean, it's 700. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We would do Ball of Faith. And we would do that. Here's your single target damage. Well, the Lich's circlet is the same heal QQ, and you would craft it yourself, which is an average craft cost of about 20 to 25 divines. Just for the base. But I think that if you do spell suppression on your helmet, how high could you get that? Helmet spell suppression is 14, right? Is it not? Goes up to 14. I can't drop the nodes. I can't drop them. This is 5 nodes. This is 4. 14 won't be enough. No, we can't. Plus, the inveter rate gives us 3% prevention as well. We would just keep this, and what it does, it allows us to have lower rolls. That's what it does. We have spell suppression on the boots as well. Max roll. Which, to be fair, is probably the mod that has to be fractured. And that's very likely going to be a 30 if we want to be realistic. So here's the build. 8,900 energy shield. 428,000 effective life. 32,000 fish max hit. 60k LE hit. 61 on lightning. With 61 million DPS. And if you take away Ball of Faith, we're doing 55 million. And if I'm not close to the target when it hits me, I have a 25.5 thousand P max hits. And 328k EHP. I added a config for Flesh and Stone. You can't do the skill, right? Because it fucks up the calculation. So you have to do this. So if I'm not close to them, this is our EHP, which is really fucking good. And if we're standing on top of the boss, which we should, this is our EHP. This is really good. Like, actually really good. I don't need the accuracy jewel, dude. What? Because we gave them precision. That means we can do this. Abyss. Energy shield. Fizz. Recently. There. There's PBs. How about that, Mr. Heal? It only took us 4 hours. Only took us 4 hours to do this. This is really tanky, dude. Like, really tanky. How much mana do they cost? So literally fine. We're actually out regenerating this, which would allow us to do that. Our minions are rest capped as well. We're good on that end. Why don't we use mage skeletons instead? We would actually. We would use mages. Because then we don't have to think about them getting killed or blocking golems from doing damage, which is fine because the slams, right? but it would allow us to safely have the feeding frenzy up for bosses specifically. We're using any Vol skill? No. So we can use the Vault version. Because there's a skeleton. So here's the thing, right? There is a there's a Vol. Oh, it doesn't actually. Really? No shot. Okay. There's supposed to be a skeletal champion in Vol Summon Skeletons. I'm allergic to buttons. Fuck faster casting and automate it then? Won't that work? Like this? But I don't want convocation in there. I don't want to move these because I have discipline. So I have Assassin's Mark, Convo. So like this then. No, wait. This only works on instant skills. Mages are not instants. There won't be. Yeah, I should have read chats. Nope. Faster casting it is. There it is. Happy anniversary, Mr. Necrodad. Thank you. 10 fucking years of content creation. Well, actually, there's been more than that, but 10 years to partner at least. That's a 35er. Why? No, never mind. Is there a better support for us than Impale? Not really. Here's the build. I'm happy with this. Now we just need to figure out that low budget. And then I'll play this. This is... not bad. It's not medium budget, though. AG and Impale custom modding config. Oh, no. I've taken that away. Oh, Impale effect is still there. Shit. Fuck. Ooh, we lost a lot of damage from that. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna disable this. So why is Impale so low now? Is Pulverize even worth using? 51, 51.7. No, we're still running pale. Still, 53 mil. What did you put on this AG?
Welcome to the crew.
Mavericks for the 17 months. Thank you so much, dude. Okay. We do this. Let's just give him generic shit. We're gonna give him this, and then he's gonna survive everything. There we go. So he's recovering 50,000 life per second with a 61.8 thousand life pool. I think that's fine. No, I'm more about keeping the fucker alive no matter what. Like, he has 61,000 life, right? The maximum hit he can take is 220,000 physical damage before he dies. In one hit. And he recovers almost his entire life pool every second. And he needs to take 1,063,839 damage. From lightning, cold, or fire. In one hit for him to die. And he needs to take over 500,000 chaos damage in one hit before he dies. He will be able to sit inside a Cyrus storm forever and not die with the degen protection. He's fine. That's fine. This is fine. That's how we do it. Let me do this so we can get them on the config setups as well. So we do this, and then we do this, and we do this. Save, and then this will be the finalized POB. There we go, boys. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much, dude. That's a new one. Okay. Am I happy? I should be happy because this is really fucking good. So this is a... It's a high budget build. It is. But goddamn, it's good. Holy shit, we've been cooking today. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Mata shouldn't matter. Well, they have 94% chance of crits. 200-300 divs tops. Yeah, in that ballpark, I'd say. So what do we have left? We need to create like a medium budget version of this. And a high budget version. No, low budget. But low budget will have to be an elementalist. Here's a fun note. The golems are way squishier than the animated guardian. Like, way squishier. They only have an effective health pool of 1,006,824. Ay, 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 ay. The animated guardian has an EHP of 2,857,712. They don't cost 8 div to summon. True. Very true. 70,000 armor golems. I don't know if I can I can stare at this forever and I don't think I'll find ways. I mean, obviously you can min-max with super rolls. I know about the avoid bleed on the boots actually. I don't know if there's any other sort of like features that we would give a shit about. Is this bleed? No, it's eater, bleed. Okay, what else do we have? It's just life regen, right? Which we really don't give a shit about. Honestly, we don't have bleed removal. Woke multi. Fuck woke multi, man. But I mean, it's like, we don't have a bleed removal. Now, granted, as long as we're hitting something, we will not die. We should not be getting corrupted blood at all. Outside of bosses, that's fine. Forbidden jewels or commander armies. So, okay, so forbidden jewels, or actually, jewels in general, is something you really, really need to stay away from. Like, really. You're playing a golem build. Golem builds, they struggle. And I mean struggle with jewel sockets. Because we have to fill up with harmonies in this one. We cannot, like, every time we say, hey, let's do this, and it involves having a jewel, we need to look at how do we compensate that jewel socket to make sure we have the harmony. And we already squeezed in a Watcher's Eye on this. And a small cluster. There is no way we settle with a 10% on this. There. This new league. No. It's been going on for like, what, 2 months? 1 month? Stern's popped the whole screen anyway. Aggro is not that needed. Nah. Avoid bleed and belt. I like that idea. It is not a bad idea. I like that. There we go. Fuck bleed. AD curse? No. It would cost us like 5 million DPS to let him curse. There it is. There it is. Well, the stone would be outperforming it. So, we have a podcast coming up in an hour and 21 minutes. So, I'm thinking I'm going to jump into a call with Darth in about 20 minutes or so. And we're going to prep for the podcast for tonight. But this is the high-budget Stone Golem. And it'll work. It'll actually work. I'll post it on Twitter as well, might as well. Stone Golem, high budget, end game, PUB. Done. This will actually perform. So for everyone who loves Golem builds, have fun and enjoy. There it is. All right. I don't think there's anything I would change at this point. Or is there? Thank you, Ellie. I even got this in. I mean, I could. Oh, because I have the other minions include full DPS and they're not accuracy capped. I like the idea of doing this though. Scaling Mage and Feeding Frenzy. And that's not a 2-link, it's a 3-link, 1 socket now. That's how we do it. Alright, pulsing the PB one more time. Do you play D4 Vessel? Yes. I'm responsible for all of the Necromancer guides and all of the Necromancer guides on Icy Veins, as well as all of the... I'm co-writing the Spiritborn. So I got some work to do tonight. I got some stuff to do tonight. But yeah, we do have some guides coming up from the Spiritborn. They're being updated and fixed at the moment. We're gonna have a podcast tonight, Robert, where in which a lot of things will happen. So it's a bunch of these guides will be updated, and we'll be adding more builds to this page. And actually, the co-writer I have is actually working on it right now. So it is happening as we speak. But that's not for another hour and 20 minutes or so for the podcast. Try Necro in D4 and it's boring as fuck, not comparable in PoE. It's a very different game and a very different playstyle. When is the launch of D4? 8th of October, and I will be going fucking ham. I think I was able to concoct what I believe to be the strongest Spiritborn build in the entire game. It is a Kepeleke Touch of Death core skill which should theoretically be fucking immortal, whilst doing stupid damage. Should work. It's gonna be fun to try though. I'll be going ham. I got so much to do. They change a lot with minions as well for Necro, so I think the men down is getting a grand return. Oh, speaking of which, I should send Cinity a message about that. Fuck, I gotta update the men down build. There's a change that I need to fix. I'm gonna skip the golem altogether for that build. I think. Probably. Needs attention. Consider. At least great. What a good DPS gems for Crush Claws. Well, if you convert the remaining 25 and 50 for some skills percent of their fist to cold, you can do Edwas. Elemental damage with attack skills. Multi-strike, Suspector Gem, of course. Minion damage. Hypothermia is great. Hypothermia is fantastic for them. Melee fist. And switch the multi-strike for splash for clearing if you don't have explodey AG. Melee fist, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Are we happy with this, though? I think we are. So, I'm going to get myself a drink. And then we go from there. What's up, Therapy? How's the progression going? You finished the lab yet? He's in the gauntlet. And he forgot to do the lab. And he said, lol, what the hell? So I'm assuming he finished the gauntlet, started convocating, and now everything dies. Vol Absolution with the Sentinel Radiance. So my recommendation, Therapy, is that you don't use Spell Echo for the Absolution. You will use Absolution, Physical to Lightning, and Overcharge. And if you have a 4-link, you add faster casting. I know it's worse DPS, but it's so that you don't get stuck in place casting. And the only purpose those Absolutions and the Vol Absolutions there is mainly to shock the enemies. And your Sentinel will just fuck everything. And now that you have that, focus on getting your defenses up, and you will be able to convocate and shield charge through the entire campaign now. That's it. It's very easy. Be careful with the multi-proj. That's how I died on my first character. Smolder Strike worth it with Crush Claws. If you're using them for main source of damage, yes. No, not faster attacks, no. The priority order is Abso, Fist to Lightning, Overcharge, and then after that, faster casting. In that order. And then, obviously, you want to pick up Convocation, Cooldown, Recovery, which I have here. And then Shield Charge, Frostblink. Use both. Shield Charge with faster attacks. You're done. That's it. Decoy Totem can help if you want to use it. Zombies is not really nice for Feeding Frenzy. Get a Stone Golem or a Chaos Golem for mitigation. I would probably do a Stone Golem myself for the regeneration effects. And then you're done. That's it. You're done with the campaign. Like, once you hit that in Act 3, Act 4, you have now finished the campaign unless you fuck something up. That's how easy it is to play the Guardian. It will fall off later, though. But if you're just aiming for the campaign, that would be the play. All right, so I'm going to take my toilet break, and then I'm going to send a message over to DM and jump in a call with him. And I'm going to prep for the podcast tonight, which starts in 1 hour and 12 minutes. So I'll be back. And for those of you who are not a subscriber, hold on to something, because there's going to be ads that kind of come. All right, hold on to something. back. Have no fear, for I am here. Hope everybody's good to go. All right, so before I get on a call... Oh, give me a second. There we go. Before I get on a call with DM, do you guys have any questions about the Golem build? I think that tomorrow we focus on sorting a low and medium budget and then actually playing it. But this will work. This will work. All right. Any questions? Anyone? All I want is Lightning Golem not to suck. I want to see this in action. So here's the... I'm sorry, Heal, but I'm going to refer it. I'm going to refer to it as the inferior version. If I can just find your link to it. Give me a second, I'm going to find the link. So basically, Heal QQ had this idea. Are you still in the chat, Heal? And essentially threw it together. And what we've done now is we've basically optimized. Can you link me the gameplay footage you had from your version? I couldn't find it. You have anything explodey? Gravebind and Legacy of Fury. So very, very small editions of it, yes. But it's fine. The Stone Golem covers most of the screen anyways. Shouldn't need it. To be fair, you're better off with other approaches to it. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. There we go. Let's have a look at it. This is the former version. Again, this is the state of the build that we started with. And this does not have the same mitigation that we provided on the character. It has significantly less damage, actually. And it has not 100% hit cap on the minions. But you'll see the performance here, and it will actually be pretty good. This is not bad. It's not bad. And what we did was we made it significantly better. And this was a 100% quantity rolled invitation, right? It's not feared. It's not hidden. It's the other one. Whatever the fuck it's called. And Conquer one. 30% more alive for some more mods, yeah. But as you can see, like the defense is very fine in general. So what's really good with a build like this is the ridiculous sustain that is brought to the table. Then the slow mapping, and even compared to carrying golems, should not be an issue. Here's the other part that you can do with this. You don't need this avoid shock, by the way. You can replace this, if you so choose to, and actually run Primordial Might. Now, what this allows you to do, we're not going to get the damage per summon, but what you do get is the aggressive one, if you really want to. And the slam AoE is really good as well. Speaking of which, we are lacking minion offensive masteries, but we could take the increased AoE here, and it would not be a bad thing, actually. But I just saw that we had a bad duel there, so I think that what we do is we could have a secondary avoid bleed. We can run another damage duel if you wanted to. Can we benefit somewhere else from having another dual socket? We don't need more harmonies. 10 years already. You started streaming while still in diapers. I'd rather see comments like that than what was it? Scoot said 10 years ago, you don't look a day over 40. Some timeless. Well, tight on pastors as it is. But since we don't need that. What's up, Grimalkin? How you doing, dude? It's good to see you, man. Close the 10-year anniversary, Captain. That's crazy, man. Hope you're doing well, man. A bright person in balding? No, but I keep getting gray hair in my beard, man. I don't know what we do with an open socket. I think we'll literally just throw in a damage tool in there. Whatever. Let me do this. I'll have to post it one more time for all the people in the back. Ay. Yo, Grimalkin, you playing the Vessel of Hatred? Alright, sorry. Okay, guys. I finished POBing the high budget Golem build. Tomorrow I'll tend to low and medium. Enjoy. For all Golem lovers. Hope you like it. There we go. He looks the same as 10 years ago. If you look from the neck and up, it is. I swear to God, I do not look the same. There is no way you can say that I look the same as I did 10 years ago. There is just no way you can say that. Dude. Let me find a picture from 10 years ago. This is 2016. This is 2016. That's 8 years ago. I found a picture from 2010 when I was on stage in Aalborg. This is 14 years ago. Dude, like, without a beard, I look so fucking young, man. Holy shit. This is 2010. You know what happened to my hand? Have I told you guys about that? I look Latino? I know about that. Have I told you what happened to my hand in this picture? So, we're in Denmark, right? And back then, it was legal to drink alcohol when you're like 15 years old in Denmark back then. So we went to a bar, which is also a hilarious story because my good friend Bunny, one of my closest friends, he has a twin brother, and his twin brother was kicked out for being too young, whilst he was in the bar with his drinking. But his twin brother, identical twins, got kicked out. Anyways, so I don't know if he threw something or whatever, and he hit me in the crotch, and I got mad, and I was gonna hit him on his arm. So when I swung at him, he moved to the side, so my thumb hit his arm. And I fucked up my wrist and thumb just the day before the gig. So that's why I had the whole stabilizing shit around it. That's 2010. 2010, 2014. I don't take much pictures of myself. I really don't. When is this? This is 2015. That's 2015. Dude, I look like a baby. With the blue dreads. Oh, that's a shitty camera, though. This is 2013. This is 11 years ago. Panic at the Disco, right? Yeah, it's alright. 100% emo? Well, you guys have heard one of the songs we recorded with our band, right? Like, let me play you a song where I'm singing. This is me singing. Oops. Or growling, rather. I don't really have that many pictures, though. That's a long-ass fucking time ago. Oh, so I already have that many pictures. Those are like the best ones. Now the pictures look more like this. Vanisher or a diet? No. Like the original founder and first drummer of Soilwork helped us produce this song. He lives like fucking 3 kilometers away from me. He grew up with that shit. But yeah, this is me singing. This is 10 years ago, actually. This is literally 10 years ago. What went wrong? I started streaming. The sub badge is a butterfly because of my band name. Literally a butterfly because of the band name. And I had to choose between pushing streaming or music. I chose streaming. I'm very happy with this POV, actually. Like, very happy. You like part of the Black Parade? Good album, actually. Love music like this? I like it. Long time ago, though. 10 fucking years. All right, so it seems like nobody has any other questions about the build, right? Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on. It was a good time. We used to get so fucking wasted when we were rehearsing, though. Holy shit, man. Man, I was 24 years old. I would be at work, and then 23, 24. I'd be at work, and then I would go from my workplace to the rehearsal studio. We would be in this rehearsal studio with the boys, and then in the evening we would go out to a bar. It's called Bar Rock. It's a rock bar in our town. And then we would get wasted, and then we would invite friends and whoever we were flirting with to the rehearsal studio to continue drinking and be jamming. And then we would often sleep in the rehearsal studio to then go home, take a shower, go back to work, and repeat it the same thing the day after. That's basically how our band did it. Here's about low budget leveling, but that'll be handled tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be looking at low budget has to be elementalist. The question is, I'm guessing a medium budget will be necro, and I want to avoid. Essentially, we want to avoid this in a medium budget because it's too expensive. I think we skip spell suppression, and we might look at block approach. Or we skip CI for medium budget as well. Now, luckily, we could utilize 2 of these, or at least one of them, because they will be the same when we step up or to higher budget, because we don't look for... There's 2 prefixes taken. And we don't have to care about the suffixes too much in that approach. I think light block version is better on LE. Possibly, yes. I mean, low budget, sure. But I mean, in medium budget, I'm not sure if life block medium would be better on LE or Necro. I'm actually not sure. Okay, a mini build, would you prefer 8 passive cluster versus 12? Before today, I would say none. Eight passive clusters is a thing of the past. We used to use that back in Delirium League, which came out March 13th, 2020. That's when we used that. Then they nerfed the living fuck out of notables. Then actually it was Previ, the guy behind the Bama build that everyone's playing. He's the one who came up with the 12 passive meta approach, and then everyone adopted it. When you go with 3 claws, you'll use at least 1 8 passive. Well, back in the day, we used to go Necromantic Aegis play, right? Before the game forced defensive scaling for aspirational endgame content. So before that, we went glass cannons, and we used NA. And in those CI high budget builds, we actually used triple 12 passive clusters. It was very tight on the points, though. But no, I think that for the most part, some of the most well-rounded approaches uses 2 12 passives. And I'll be honest, Heel, I like this, but the amount of points we spend on these things, we could realistically skip this cluster and put a 12 passive here instead. That is an option. I'm just not sure if it's worth it. The problem with skipping a cluster like this is the jewels. But that's how I would probably tackle the approach of a regular build. Whereas in the Golem build, we are in such a desperate need for actual jewel sockets, for the primordial jewels, that going for 8 passes makes more sense in that state. The fact that we were able to squeeze in a 12 passive is a massive fucking deal. That's kind of like the boat that I'm in. We need dual sockets? Yeah, exactly. No, we do. We definitely do. Absolutely. You're more than right. I remember the good old days when my brother was in a band and the rehearsals they had lots and lots of wasted time spent. This is below our concert hall. We ended up watching whatever was playing. Looks we got when some dudes were watching some kind of indie rock band. It's always good shit though. It's all about having fun. That's what life's all about, right? I mean, everyone knows life sucks and it's a bitch and then you die, right? So the purpose of life is very simple. You want to distract yourself from how shit life is. And you do that by gaming, having fun, festivals, music, friends, family. Like, you just distract yourself from how shit life is. That's it. Then life's not shit anymore. That's the solution. It's very simple. Okay, let's see. I sent the message to DM. It should be ready in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So this is your last chance, boys. If you have any questions about the Golem build, fire away. This is the high budget version. tomorrow will be PUBing low and medium, and as soon as I'm done with that, they should be much faster to PUB than this. So normally I like PUBing high budget because I don't have to be limited on currency, and we just go crazy, but not super min-maxing, right? But we go crazy, and now what I do is we slaughter this budget down. So basically, the first thing that's going to happen tomorrow is we either make the medium budget or we make the low budget, because it's a little different with the Elementalist, because of the fact that we have to go Elementalist. So either we start low budget and then we compare the low and high and try to find a middle ground, because we might stay in Elementalist with medium, or we go Necro for the medium budget, right? Stone client with animation attack? No. Stone will be perfectly fine, but you need the Primordial Harmonies for that to work. Before that, I probably would run Carrion. I'm confident in that, but we'll see. So we try to compare those. Normally what I would do is I would literally take this POV, save it in a new file, and then I would take away the 12 passive cluster, I would take away CI, and I would take away the energy shield rated nodes, and I would cut the spell suppression, and then I would cut this as well, obviously. And then I would go like generic life nodes. I pick this up. I'd probably end up going sacrifice, spiritual command, get access to discipline and training, probably pathing through here, purity of flesh, would go for these nodes, life, endurance, into devotion, most likely. I think that's the baseline approach. And if we do that, we would probably path upwards here to get Mystic Bulwark for the mana and block, and go through the dual socket to pick this up, and either oil this or charisma on medium budgets, and then or spec it. That's probably the approach. That's about it. Okay. Will the medium budget build have a different direction on gear? 100%. You do not go... I don't think we go spell suppression, but we are definitely not going CI on neither low or medium budgets. Because CI, you need to have like a certain amount of energy shield for it to feel good on top of mitigating modifiers, right? So it's very likely that we're going to be armor life approach to it, because it's much easier for that. You can also get yourself blocked that way. You will very likely run a Mata's teaching and a shield for that approach as well, unless we go for the classical convoking one, right, with a shield. It's very likely that we'll do that, and that also means that we're very likely doing Tempest Shield as a result of that for the block. Thank you, Bino. Briefly, could you explain how spiritual aid works? Spiritual aid, what it does is that modifiers that says increased or reduced minion damage will also apply to the player. So a prime example of that is this ring here says minions deal 64% increased damage. That makes it so that the player would also get that increased damage. Kind of effective for builds like Absolution or Dominating Blow, and also for other builds that don't use minions, that uses minion damage as a scaling modifiers. However, modifiers like this, that's Fracture, that says minions have a 5% chance to deal double damage, that is not the modifier that says increased damage. So that will not apply. Same thing with the attack and cast speed, though Spiritual Command will do the same thing, but for attack speed. Not cast speed, only attack speed. Another thing to point out is, do I even have any of those left? I don't have any left. If this Calandra, the reflection hit the wrong way, that would say reduced minion damage. That would also apply if you have that node. You got to keep that in mind. So that's how that works. But things like minion damage, For example, that one says more damage. That's a multiplicative modifier. That would not apply with that node. See, bone rings will reduce the beating damage, and I wasn't sure. It's an orb called reflective mists. Doesn't it have a room here? It doesn't, right? No. Call it reflective mist. I spent a couple of mirrors crafting rings like this. And what it does, it unpredictably either doubles the value or negatives the value, right? It doubles it but flips it, right? So that's why I have minus 103 lightning rest on this. And I got, instead of 14 attack speed, I have instead of 14 attack speed, I have 28. Instead of 32 mini damage, I have 64. That's an example of that. Give me a second. See what DM wrote. What specters are you using for the golems build? So in the POB, this is where the first links are set, right? It says that you should use one Thunderbird, perfect Thunderbird, and then I have a config set up in which you have to do this for. Oh, that one's not set. Guardian Turtle. There. So this is basically setting it in here. So if I go to the Blood Demon, I have the Blood Demon chosen in here. And if I do that, POB will calculate it. Otherwise, it doesn't. Some of them are a little bugged. You got to figure that one out. Will you showcase Golem build in action and not just POB? I will make a low and medium budget tomorrow. And as soon as I'm done with that, I will play all of them. Literally all budgets. We need to create the trifecta, right? And then I will showcase how you would level with it, how you would transition from the campaign into low budget, transition from low budget into medium budget, and how you then would transition from medium budget to high. I want to go through that entire step, and I want to do all of that before the Diablo 4 expansion releases, which is happening in 3 days. So that's my deadline. Sure, it'll be fine. Might have to stress it a little bit, but that's the plan. Will I upload that VOD on YouTube? Most likely. Golem leveling build is so much fun. Most of I had in the axe. Well, I'm not going to twink it. I will level it as if it was like a League Start scenario, if you will. So I will not be smacking Clay Shapers and Wolves and Envy on there. I will level it as if it was a League Start scenario. I have a lot of gear for high budget, so pay me if you need anything, something. I probably will heal. I mean, I have currency. I don't know. I gave Atros 2 mirrors. I gave Antor his cut of 5 mirrors as well. So we got 3 mirrors left. I mean, that's 2.4 thousand divs. Like, I will never spend anywhere near this. Probably will craft some of the gear myself, though, because I hate spending more than I have to, which is a bit of a problem I have. You see, I have more currency than I will ever be able to spend, even if I wanted to. I will not spend that much currency this entire league. And I know I'm going to end the league with multiple mirrors in my inventory or my stash. Despite that, I still don't want to spend them. So when we look at, for example, the Lich's Scorn, or Lich's Circlet with a Fractured +2, and I see that they're going for 60 divines, my first reaction isn't, oh, I'm just going to buy it, whatever. I'm just fucking crafting it. That's what I'm going to do. I'll just craft it myself. I don't give a fuck. I don't pay this. If I can make this for an average outcome of like 20 to 25 divines, I'd rather do that. Yeah, you fracture it yourself, exactly. And that's an average cost of about 20 to 25 divines, depending on RNG. If I get unlucky, I have to be stupidly unlucky before I spend more than that. And that's obviously going to cost time to do. That's the problem, right? Because that's now instead of just buying it, I'm now spending time. That's why people sell those things, because there's a time investment involved as well. Triple synth items, yeah. No, I'm just not gonna bother. I'll just craft it. To see, doesn't matter how much currency you have in your inventory or your stash. It does not matter if you're able to buy something for less than they're listing it for. You're saving currency. That's why, like, let's pretend that I was gonna buy one of these helmets. This guy posted this 13 days ago. You know what I would do? I would whisper him and tell him, that's 2 weeks ago. How about you do it for 50 divs? If it was posted 2 days ago, then I would probably say 55 divs. But since it's been up for 2 weeks and not sold with that price, he can either take the 50 divs and be happy that he got it sold finally, or he can have it for the rest of the league and not sell it, right? That's basically how that could potentially end up. So if the item has been up for a long time, just offer them a lower price for it. You should do the same when you're asking me for items. Like, if you see something I'm selling, and I've been having that item up for several days for the same price, not selling, just offer something lower, and I will 99% of the cases just take the fucking offer. Sitting in my stash doesn't help me. Market price base is something. Someone getting lucky. I buy it. Market price base of the crafting average math. I craft. Some things you want to buy luck. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It also depends on what you're looking for in general. You've had that helmet in a showcase. Can I buy it for 6 jewelers? This one? Mr. Jewelry is a perfect example. I mean, it took me, I think, 1.5 or 2 mirrors worth of currency to craft this before I hit this. Granted, some of the outcomes I got, I obviously sold and I actually made some profit, but it also took me like 3 days of crafting these fucking rings before I ended up with it. This helmet? This is the best minion helmet that exists in the game, that has ever been crafted. And you can't copy it because we corrupted it to get the implicit. Never gets showing off. The estimated value in this helmet is about 150 mirrors. That's pretty funny. Standard currency though, so who gives a fuck? I'm just waiting for DM to get ready. The podcast starts in half an hour. Can't mirror corrupted? Nope. The whole purpose of this, there's a couple of people actually that have a copy of this helmet before we corrupted it. And then what we did, we had the best helmet, and we decided to make it even better by Hinekor locking and corrupting it. And then when we hit that, they also legacied. You can't do enchanted helmets anymore. You evolve mirrored items? Nope, you cannot. So what then happens is it's extremely unlikely that you will ever in this game be able to craft something that is better than this, which is the fun part about it. So this is the undisputed best minion helmet that has ever existed in the game, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Can you put items up for sale that's in a showcase? I don't think you can, because it would be fun to have it up for sale just for fun. Not even level 20 convo. You know that would cost us, at the time when we decided not to go for 20, it would cost us about 6,000 to 8,000 divine orbs just to get the 20 convo. Or concentrated. Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, 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 yo.
How you doing?
Doing good, brother. How goes the grind?
Very well. Finished PUB in a Golem build. Only took me 4 hours,
Oh hell yeah.
but it's
Is
good.
it strong?
Oh yeah, it's very strong.
Love
Very
that for you.
Yeah. I'm gonna update my stream titles. Give me a second.
Okay, I'm downloading the podcast thing.
Roger.
Save image.
Do you continue the YouTube streams?
I'll probably do one on launch.
Yeah.
I don't do them like I don't spam them every day. I only do them for like things that are happening.
All right.
How about you? You still do YouTubes?
Yeah. I do. Just became a habit. I have a 10-year Twitch partner anniversary today.
No shit. Happy 10-year, dude. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Good for you.
It's pretty cool, actually. That's a fucking decade.
That is. That's quite a while.
Yeah.
To 10 more years, my friend.
10 more.
Welcome to the crew.
Why is the dashboard so bad at tagging people? Darth Marker, there we go.
Okay, I got the thing up.
Welcome.
Should I throw you on video for the time being while
Party
we're waiting?
hat happy partner anniversary.
Say again, sorry.
Said, you want to go on video in the meantime while we're waiting?
Sure. Let's see.
Pulling you up here.
Thank you so much, Chain Fire, for the 65 months, man. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you. All right, it's a 10-year anniversary. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I mean, it's made possible by you guys, so thank you for making it possible for me to do this. Excited for the Diablo 4 support a streamer.
Yeah, Jim's making horse memes. We're going to do the horse meme thing again.
The horse meme?
Yeah, because this time it's actually good.
It's actually a good mount, yeah.
The previous one, we were going to do a bunch of them, but we just ended up not because it's a plain brown horse and it's kind of boring.
Yeah. Armor's dope as well.
Yeah, it's actually a good one.
What first did you start streaming? I got banned for DMCA, music, for streaming WoW, PvP, back in TBC.
What class you playing? You doing Necro because you have to?
And then a year later, I went D3 before PoE for a few weeks. Well, here's the thing, right? So I'm responsible for the Necro guys in Icy Veins, but I'm co-writing the Spiritborn. And Spiritborn class is the first class that I genuinely found enjoyable to play outside of Necro. So I'll start with Spiritborn for that reason, but I will go Necro later. What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing Spiritborn.
Yeah. Any specific build?
And then probably Centipede. I mean, Centipede's like the most fun, right? And then after that, maybe Jaguar. The plan is to like play Spiritborn, figure out a build that will work for the Torment 4 Dark Citadel. And then after that, try a reroll hardcore and do it on hardcore. See if we can get the cosmetics on hardcore. That'll probably be the journey of it.
That's fair. Is the cosmetic different in hardcore?
It's the same cosmetic, but I don't think too many people are going to get it.
That's fair.
Because maybe if it wasn't like you mess up, everyone wipes, but pretty much if you mess up, everyone wipes. So
Yeah. That's gonna be exciting. I wonder how many.
yeah,
people are
it's going to
die
be
for
something.
that. Especially
think
with
a
the
lot of
public
people are gonna
finder
die.
as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's Party Finder, and then you can straight up pug into it as hardcore and wipe from the pug. I think it's gonna be funny, dude. We're gonna see some tiny violins for sure.
Oh yeah, or someone DCing.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even think, dude. I never even thought about the DC.
Oh, that's a rough one. Jesus.
That'll happen.
No, no, for sure. I think Touch of Death as a core skill would be like the number one highest damage dealing Spiritborn build. Probably the best build in the entire season.
Yeah, I think it was Rob that showed that. I think he wasn't doing like insane damage. Lucky had a pretty crazy centipede damage as well. There was a couple videos I saw where people were doing like already busted damage, like billions or whatever.
Yeah. What's his name? Rob2628.
2-8.
Because I talked to him
Yeah, him and
yesterday.
Lucky.
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday, and he said that he was gonna post his version today. Looks like he has.
Yeah, I saw
yeah,
it
there
this
it is.
morning.
4 hours ago. Yeah. So I made my version. Did he post a planner?
I don't know. I just watched the first part where I was doing billions of damage because I was just curious how much damage it was doing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if that's with a bug, right? Because my understanding is the bug was only on the dummy, but Bjorn
I
confirmed.
mean,
it
maybe
fixing
like
it.
the way I look at it is like half the builds that are the best in the season are always a fucking bug, literally anyway. Like when Druid was
Yeah.
actually popping off the one time, it's a fucking bug.
This is weird. Why do I get ads on YouTube?
Do you not have YouTube Premium?
I do. So why am I getting ads? I'm getting scammed. What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna look at his planners right now. How similar it is to what I'm running. Oh, he's using Juggernaut on leveling?
For the armor?
Yeah, I think so, but unyielding is capped though. But yeah, maybe, but I don't know.
Because doesn't the evade like refresh anyway?
Hmm. Wait, he's doing full-on thrash leveling. What?
You try the basic attack build with the Jaguar?
No, I had a buddy of mine play it for me, so I did make the guide for it, but I never played it myself. Did you?
Yeah, I played the basic attack one. I didn't have like a min-max version of it, but I was just messing around, threw some gear on, gave it a shot. It was like, for me, it was more, I want to say more fun maybe than Centipede, but the dots are going to be what I'm going to use for leveling at least.
I think Thunderspike would do really well. Okay, so his endgame version. Holy shit. Oh shit. I just noticed a mistake I made.
GHAZZY going and rewriting all his guides right as we speak.
I forgot Edgemaster. No, Moonrise, sorry. Shit. He went duelists. He's going like reactive armor, disobedience. It's a bit different than what I'm doing. Going Tyrael's Might. I went for like Temerity, Jacinth, Chell with Starlight Aspect. So we just get Giga heals and then utilize that to generate Essence with the Starlight Aspect. Oh, sorry, not Essence. Fucking Necromancer. Vigor.
You farmed Mythics during the early access?
No, didn't have the time.
Yeah, I was going to say. Surprised you farmed that. I saw a bunch of people farm like a shitload, dude.
Yeah, they did a lot.
It's like, holy moly, dude. I wanted to check it out, but I wasn't trying to like grind 100 hours of it and then grind another 100 hours of it when it launches or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Can't believe I missed that. I'm so stupid. Holy shit. I did this like 7 a.m. this morning before I went to bed.
You get a chance to play Set Up?
No, I saw it in action though from a few footage.
easily the best part of the game.
Yeah, from the footage I've seen, it looks fantastic.
Probably the most fun part.
It should say premium in the top left corner instead of YouTube if you have premium. So I don't have premium anymore. That's why I'm getting ads. I need to fix that.
Refresh it, dude. It's the best. It's the best sub on the planet.
Jesus. He's going like unyielding hits, the whole armor thingy. Umbral, Edge Master. I'm not a big fan of Edge Master though.
Umbro for the Jin?
Yeah. But like that's not gonna help versus bosses. Same spirits. Wait. That's leveling, sorry. No, he had Umbra for leveling, my bad, sorry. Reactive armor is what he's using in this endgame. Materials might. I went Jacinth. I'm not sure. Maybe I might change later. Depends on how the essence will feel. But I did go for Rakanot's Wake, the unique boots. Yeah, it's quite different actually, the way we were setting it up. Huh.
Will D4 expansion save D4 and people will finally spam D4 good? I think what's going to happen is every other community from every other game will shrivel and die. This will be the only game people will play. It will break every record of every game known to man. And they'll make D5, which will then break even more records.
Yes. That will
You think
totally
so?
happen. Yes.
And then me and GHAZZY will be streaming from a yacht. You'll see.
Oh, with at least 20 plus hot babes.
You're already in the hot tub. The yacht's next.
I'm already in the hot tub?
You're already in the hot tub,
God
bro.
damn. Yeah, I'm just getting warmed up for the yacht, dude. Streaming from the Bahamas. It's all good, man.
What you got to drink today for the podcast? You get any part of the tavern for the tavern talk part?
No, I did not. So,
Oh my god.
I have one of those, what do you call it? Another word for manager, boss, fiance. And she got mad at me because I kept drinking rum every day. Because I got back to that thing where I get a glass or two every day. And she's like, "You can't do that. You have a kid now." I'm like, "What? Like, it's just a glass. I mean, come on." So no, she.
Well, to be fair, a glass of rum is different than like a glass of wine.
Okay, sure, but I mean, it's not much, you know. It's not that much.
Is it a 7-Eleven big gulp glass of rum?
No, it's more like, you know, Oktoberfest, the beer.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Like a boot, like a full boot full of
Exactly.
it.
I know it's. I had this period when I used to do that, and then I stopped because it was getting too expensive buying rum. But no, she got mad at me, so I was like, okay, it's fine. I don't need it, but now I kind of miss it.
What's your favorite kind of rum?
My favorite rum? Ooh, everyday drinking. Well, not everyday, but like casual drinking. Like
Yeah, just what that what you like.
Facundo Exquisita, probably.
Do I even know that? How do I spell that?
Facundo, and then it's EXQSUI.
This looks like a Diablo or a Path of Exile potion.
What the fuck are you looking at?
I typed in what you said. The Facile de Brissoyo. It's like a full-on flask looking shit.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. That's like kind of my favorite rum right now, but it's a little pricey.
So
Other than that, it's
I didn't
like
actually look at the price. Was it?
you got
Oh Jesus!
Kraken is good, Diplomatica is good, Imperial's really good as well. Like casually, like something I just when I have guests over, like for nothing, no special occasion, and you know, those kind of bottles are perfect for that. It's nice.
Yeah, I don't think I ever pay more than like $50 for a bottle, maybe. I know you can't get good stuff for that, but like
No, you can for sure.
when you get to like the $100 price, like
Mm,
that's it feels like a lot for a drink.
well, how much was the Facundo in your place? It's like,
Facundo, I'm looking at it like $2.99,
yeah, that's about the same here
$129
in
for the
Sweden.
smart one.
But
That's too much, bro. I'm never gonna spend $300 on a bottle.
I mean, you can get like Diplomatico. There's some good plantation bottles as well, and they're like 35 to $50,
Okay, that's better.
and they're like really good.
I have Odinsko for the Tavern Talk today. It's Nordic honey wine. This shit's cheap, but also does the job. It's really good. Do you
Show me the
like?
bottle?
You like?
It's a white bottle.
Yeah, it's called Odinsko. Of course, the camera focusing.
Is
There
it
you go.
white wine?
No. It's honey mead.
Oh,
It's honey
mead.
wine.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Huh. I never tried that.
it's like Nordic stuff.
Like I like
Taste.
IPAs. I like the fruity taste. It's good. It's either that or red wine. But I'm kind of odd when it comes to red wine. It's like I actually like Zinfandel, which is like it's American wine,
I don't know what that is.
like
I don't drink too much
California
wine.
wine. But it's kind of weird because everyone else I talk to that likes wine, they're like, yeah, Italian or they like Spanish wines. A lot of mixture in the Spanish areas. You get a lot of blends, and some grapes gives me a blasting headache. Right.
People don't like IPAs in the chat, which is wild to me. I've never heard anyone shit on an IPA before.
I think that if you're like a really hardcore beer guy, then IPA is like the equivalent of cider. And I've always been like more. I like rum more than whiskey because it's sweeter. So I think that's kind of why I like IPAs more than a regular beer.
Did you play any Throne and You played Zero Throne and Liberty, right?
Yeah, I had no time. Like I barely had time to sleep. How is it?
I actually really like the PvE. The PvP for me feels like dog shit, but the PvE is like actually really good. Like for the dungeons. And like figuring out the mechanics. And I was playing tank, and then Pox was playing healer, and King's playing DPS. So we had a pretty good group to play with, and it was actually like really fun. We just finished the last 50 dungeon that we hadn't done, so we full clear. Or actually, no, I had to leave early, but they're gonna finish that. We almost finished it, of all of the dungeons in the game.
Okay.
So that was fun. We haven't done all the raids yet, but the PvE is good. I just kind of feel like now it's only gear grind, so I don't know if I log back in. I'm literally only grinding gear at this point. I think for Throne, which normally I guess is an MMO thing anyway. But you know, I played pretty casually. I played like maybe 6 hours a day for like 5 days, and then I kind of did everything ish. That's not PvP.
Fair enough. I mean, it looks fun. I heard a lot about like pay to win features and whatnot. You said King. Were you talking about King Konger or?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
King Conger, yeah.
Good shit. Him and I go way back these days. It's kind of crazy.
He seems to go way back with everyone.
I mean, he used to be like the biggest streamer ever back way back. Humongous.
Yeah, and he got banned for 7 years, right, or something.
Yeah, okay, the ban was the initial ban was justified, but what led to the perma ban was kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I don't actually know the story. He said he uploaded a video on it. I never like looked into the video, watched it or whatever. I figure that went.
TLDR is like he fucked up and got justifiably banned, and then the follow-up ban that made it permanent was that he was logged in on his alt account and typed in a chat when he was banned, and then he got permitted for ban evasion.
Oh.
For 7 years.
Oof. That's quite a ban.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that, like, at the time, he must have made Twitch so much money on that channel, which has made it so weird.
But he was probably like the biggest streamer back when there was basically no revenue on Twitch, right?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's definitely changed. They're forcing us to play 3 minutes of ads every hour. Right now, right?
That or make $0 pretty much.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But we talked a lot. Like two of his old mods are mods for me since many years back. After he got banned, I nibbled them off him. But kind of crazy though. But he's been doing pretty well, getting back into the game.
There's got to be a nice feeling to be like, oh, I can finally re-go back in.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you were going ham, and then you got a 7-year quick little timeout box there. And then you get it.
You call that a
Then
quick?
you get to go back in. Just a quick 7 years, dude.
It's like a vacation, you know?
I just chill.
Oh god. Holy shit. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, like I hit 10-year partner anniversary today.
Rats again, by the way.
Thank you. And it's like I just look back at it and I'm like, that's a decade of just streaming, you know? I don't know what I would do if I got permabanned, or couldn't continue full time. Like, what would I do? Sure, I got some education that I could fall back on, like go to a job interview, and they're like, yeah, there's a gap here, X amount of 7, 8 years full time streaming, 7 years or something, and they're like, what did you do during these 7 years? I'm like, yeah, I played games.
Exactly, dude. That's the one. That's the one issue. If you ever need to go get like a quote unquote real job, it's like, my reference is a bunch of fucking YouTubers and sweaty nerds,
Mhm.
and yeah, I would like to be an accountant.
I don't know where to start, man. Like, I think it's terrifying. Like, I mean, the industry jumps up and down, right? It's kind of crazy how those things are. Like, I keep thinking about it. I have no idea. Like, if after being at it for this long, like, what would you do? Like, I'm fucked. It's like, I gotta just make sure this works now. Too late. Too late to change career. Because it's not like you'd get a high-paying, like a high-salary job. I don't feel like that would be easy to get. You'd have to like start from the ground up.
No, dude. Yeah, I honestly, as a YouTuber, you are kind of all in. Like a streamer, YouTuber, you're pretty much all in. Like you can't just suddenly, all right, I'm gonna go pick up, a corporate gig. Be like, dude, you've done nothing but play Path of Exile and make one particular type of build for like the last 5 years. Like, what exactly are your qualifications, sir? Well, I'm really good at figuring out flowcharts, and I know how to be, for you it'd be I know how to manage many different people at once.
I mean, you kind of have to like translate it, I guess. Yeah. But I mean, I think I think you're definitely right. It's like content creation in general. There is like some sort of breaking point after X amount of years of doing it full time, where it's like you are now full in on this. Like this is what you do. You don't have a choice. You can't back out now. Because if you do back out at an older age, you're gonna have to start the kind of jobs you would get when you've just finished school, right? And like that doesn't pay much.
It's a hard reset, yeah.
Yeah, hard reset. I mean, if you're in a position where it's like you got a house or car payments, all that stuff like that, suddenly the initial introduction salary you would get at that point does not fix or solve the expenses that you're living with. Like that doesn't work. It doesn't compute. It's like you're just fucked.
I live in like perpetual fear of that shit. That's why I've only ever bought everything in cash.
No.
Because I get worried about stuff that I can afford only because I'm like, dude, I'm going to get of course, I'm going to have to get a house, which I guess I'm going to have to get a fucking mortgage at some point when I get a house. But then it's like, okay, now I really do live in fear. I'm like, all right, God, I guess that's the American way, bro, or not. That's the world way now. Fuck, like get in a lot of debt and pray to God you can pay off your bills.
Something like that. Yeah, like I got a house, right? So I bought it in January. And ever since, I'm like fucking terrified. Like, what the hell? This is so crazy. Because before the house, I'm like, holy shit. For the first time in many years. I have money saved in the bank. This is insane. I felt like I was the top of the world, get that yacht going. Let's go, And then we bought the
Hot
house.
tub, baby.
Yeah, we got the house. So I'm like, shit. Back at it again. But nah, it's gonna be fun. A lot of things happening. Got D4 expansion around the corner. PoE 2 early access. Are you gonna do a subathon for the PoE 2?
For PoE 2, yeah, I'm not doing one for D4.
So I'm actually considering doing one as well.
I just like my logic is I'm probably going to play PoE 2 like a degenerate anyway. Might as well just go like full degenerate.
Yeah.
And the last subathon I did was for the launch of the previous PoE league. I think it was Necropolis.
Mhm.
So I said I would do another one at some point. Although while I was in the middle of it, I'm like, I'm never doing this shit again. So we'll see. Probably for PoE 2, yeah. I don't really want to do it for D4 because D4 is the type of game like I need to take breaks from occasionally or else I like go insane.
That's fair. But like, did you? Shit, I don't remember. We talked about this before. Like, did you sleep on stream with the timer running, or did you pause it for
I
sleeping?
did. I did it with the timer running with the sound effects thing.
Right.
Like exactly what you suggested. I didn't do, and it was terrible. Like from now on, if I do the thing, I'd just pause it and go to bed, like for realsies, because you can't. I was like, okay, well, I want to be like faux fish tank in the room, camera on all the time, But it's like you have to be able to go like shower, sleep in your actual bed. Like I slept on the fucking air inflatable thing with the text to speech like on, and I was getting exactly. I was waking up to like fucking SpongeBob yapping at me, and it's like, dude, like I can't, like I need to actually sleep. So at some point, I was going insane.
No, I plan on streaming my sleep, but I do have a bed in my office, like an actual bed, so like, I can sleep there. Just need to somehow fix camera setup up there, but
Just get a USB-C cord, run a long USB-C cord up there.
yeah, that's probably gonna be the case. And then
It'll
do
work.
that. And but yeah, that's kind of like the plan. But yeah, like you said, I mean, but I'd have to look up like the tools for that. Like, how would you pause the timer and make sure that if someone supports it whilst you're sleeping, that would add to the timer? Like, how does that work? Like, I haven't seen the tools.
You
that
pause it
use.
going down, and then I'm assuming if they would sub, it'd still go up. I don't know what plugin you use, but I think I could probably make mine work to do that. Where like you just stop it,
Yeah.
but then you go up, or you say like I'm going to sleep for 8 hours, and you just add 8 hours on the time yourself. Like there's probably ways you could do it. You could figure it out.
Yeah.
It take a little bit of like tech stuff on the back end, but
It does. Yeah. How about you and I get together and check what we can do with that as it gets closer? Maybe we can help each other out if we're both gonna do it anyways.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
Maybe try to get Starford to sponsor you with a PC giveaway.
Yeah.
Try to talk some shit to the old Starforge boy.
For sure. We should definitely do that. Both of us, actually. That could be fun.
I've given away 1 million of them. I think I've probably blown my load on how many they're going to give me to give away by now.
That's fair.
Although
you have a good night.
I
You're
bought the
welcome.
last one. I could just buy another one. We're just about there, right? We got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We yapped enough to fill the void.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, we're 5 minutes from the podcast. I'm going to run the last ad so that way we don't get any ads during the podcast. After the ad is up, we'll be 2 minutes away from the podcast starting. Comprende?
Yeah. I'm
Go
going
on
to
the
take a
same
quick
page.
leak, and I'll do the same. Be
Yep.
right back.
All right, everyone, do the restroom, whatever you got to do. And then we're going to be getting started.
I am back. Whew.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
You too, good sir. You know, I've started realizing that I keep using the expression "lovely co-host" because you kept saying it, and now it just gets stuck in my head. So every time I talk about the podcast, I'm like, "Of course, with my lovely co-host DM."
So do you not like lovely co-host?
It's like
Is
not
there-
something that I wouldn't normally use that expression.
It's a very like I'm doing host Andy shit.
Host Andy shit. All right, all right.
You know, welcome to my co-host. You know, you want me to call you something else?
I mean,
Most handsome, Giga Chad, Minion, Megalord.
I mean, as much as I like that, I mean, I would settle with, boyfriend.
Okay, the person I'm cheating on Riker with, GHAZZY TV. You want me to open the
That would be
open
amazing.
the podcast
Yeah,
with that?
yeah. Just
There you
shove
go.
it in
I'll
his
open it.
face. He needs to
I
know.
will. Riker, it's over. DM loves GHAZZY. Welcome to the podcast.
There we go. See,
All right, I'll
now
open
you're
with
making
that.
me feel like I'm the one, you know?
Shut up.
Oh, man. You know what we should do? You're still looking to buy a house, right?
Yeah, at some point, it's going to take at least another year.
No. You should come to Sweden, set up a streamer house for us. That would be dope as fuck.
You know, a streamer house would actually be pretty fun, but then there's the part where, like, I hate people and love to be by myself a lot. So I don't know about like a big group with a bunch of people is the thing. So if we did like a streamer house and we had like 30 people in there, I would basically be hiding in my room the whole time, like a DJ. And that kind
Well-
of seems like a waste of a streamer house.
What I'm thinking is like something I would love to do would be not 30 people, but like a very small group, and then have basically very separate areas. And best case scenario would be if people lived nearby and you would go to work and you'd stream there.
Oh, that's a way better. I like that. I like that.
Because then you have your privacy, right? You're not living with your work, right? You would go to your workplace.
No, that's a much better idea.
'Cause I
Like
think that
sort
would
of
be-
like Ziz does, where he has like everyone's like in a row or whatever in his
Yeah,
neighborhood, right?
yeah, like
Yeah,
the
that's a
streamer
good idea.
hub, right? Now they don't have like an area they go to stream from, right? But that would be so cool to do, or either like have like a warehouse or something that they could have like bigger event stuff on. I think stuff like that would be so cool to do, like at some point.
We can do a Diablo 4 lane.
Yeah.
Rex is ready, by the way.
All right,
Should we? Let's ring it up.
yeah, I'll call.
All right, let's ring it up.
Testing one, two,
Streamer
three. Hello.
compound, yeah.
Coming in loud and clear.
Yo,
brother.
yo, Rex.
What's up? I need to turn on my virtual camera, right?
Yes,
Ah,
sir.
yes, sir.
Virtual camera on, and then I turn on the camera like this. Did that do a thing?
It did a lot of things.
I'm working on it. You'll be on
Chat, let me
shortly.
know if I need to up or lower the
Putting
volume.
everyone on screen right now.
Okay, I'm louder than them. I turn them up to max. GHAZZY or DM, can you guys say something?
Mic test 1 2 1 2.
Mic check 1 2 3 1 2 3.
How's that, guys? Can you hear them? You better be able to hear them because I have them at 100. Otherwise, I'm going to have to manually raise them up. That's
And loud
better.
and clear on our side.
Boom. We did it. DM was very loud. That's how we like him. Perfect. We're leaving it.
Loud and proud.
Right.
All right. Got everything in there. We're set up. You boys ready to go?
Hey, yes, sir.
I'm
Ready
ready.
to blast? All right. Here we go. Starting the recording. And 3, 2, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tavern Talk podcast, where the episode number is made up. And my co-host, GHAZZY, doesn't matter. How are you doing today? Special guest, Raxantarox. Did I get it right this time?
That I don't know if I should answer that question. It's Rax, Xanarax. It's two
Okay,
things.
I'm gonna try
It's
with
okay,
a different phrasing literally every time I say the name.
I would have failed
Yeah,
that as well.
GHAZZY does matter. I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. Tired, as expected from the work we've been doing off stream, but I'm doing good. DM?
Doing good, man. I mean, we're obviously all looking forward to the D4X pack, which is happening here in 2 days, and all three of us got a chance to play it. So that's pretty much what the podcast is here today. Just a brief. We're gonna do about 1 hour chat talking about the D4 expansion and how we're feeling. So I figured the first thing we probably want to talk about, right, is the first thing in the game. Now we can't do spoilers, so this will be spoiler free for the people listening. So we're not going to spoil any storylines or major plot points, anything like that, and we won't show any footage in this either. But we will talk about at least our generic feelings about the campaign. So let's start with the man in blue himself. How did you feel playing through the campaign?
So when I went through it, I'm probably not going to have the greatest insight here. I purposely like had Netflix on my other monitor because I was skipping the dialogue, I was skipping the cutscenes, I was purposely not paying attention, just hitting the buttons because I wanted to try to have kind of like an authentic experience when it actually launches and try to have some fun there. But from the little glimpses that I saw, it seemed like kind of standard Blizzard campaigns. In general, I think this is one area that the Diablo franchise has always been strong in, and like in World of Warcraft and in Diablo, I feel Blizzard's pretty good at their storytelling, usually has some of the industry's best cinematics. So I'm looking forward to actually watching them, on the 7th when it comes out, because I skipped them all in the campaign. Did you guys actually look at them, or did you take it all in and learn everything, or?
I didn't have Netflix up, but I did similar stuff. I skipped everything, and as soon as sometimes when you're tabbing back and out, sometimes you can't skip it. I would like throw off my headset. I'm like, I'm taking a toilet break, and I came back and like, okay, it's over, good, I can move on. Like, obviously, we do get slightly spoiled for some of the stuff. Like, some of the fights were fantastic. I think that was really nice. I think that this campaign is significantly better than the previous one, and that's without experience in the campaign. Like, just doing the actual gameplay felt better, from my point of view, at least.
So I'm the only one who actually like watched the story, pretty much that. Yeah, no, I had the good. One thing that I would say was my favorite part about it, because we obviously can't talk about the story. So the thing that I liked best about it, and I want to know what you guys thought about this. I feel like it introduced mechanics better throughout the campaign than the OG one did. Like the OG doesn't really weave in too much of like, here's nightmare sigils and all. Kind of like you beat the campaign and then at the end of it, it's like, okay, introduce the mechanics. But in the expansion, it weaves you into like the Undercity and then the Rune Words. So by the time the campaign is over, you at least know all the mechanics, and then you go into the end game and kind of wrapping up your character, etc. Which I know that's not like that part as well.
I think a lot of people are like in this category where they buy the game, they finish the campaign, and now they're done. The non-ARPG veterans, I guess, a lot of those people exist. And the fix they did was so clever. Once you're done with the campaign, there's a main story quest that will lead you to these mechanics. I think that was brilliant.
Yeah, I think it was better in both parts. I was before I played the campaign, I was wondering, so is the campaign really separate? Is it going to do part of my renown for me? Am I going to go have to find the raids and the Undercity myself? And no, they just weaved it all in together as one gigantic story. It felt pretty good. It felt like at the end of the first Diablo 4 campaign, people are always asking, okay, Rax, well, what exactly do I do now? Well, not only did they weave it in during the campaign, but afterward, they have that quest where they take you on a little scavenger hunt and say, oh, here's how to do Helltide, here's how to do the pit. I think way less people are going to have that question now, which will probably be better overall for the game. But it also felt pretty fun to play as a player. If you play the campaign, you hit most of the different game modes as well. You got like a full and complete experience.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Something I talked a lot about, I had a talk with Chronix last night as well, was how important it is to communicate to the player base, right? But we know for a fact that the majority of players playing Diablo 4 are not the people watching YouTube, it's not the people watching streams, but there's so many people. So the best way to communicate to them is not a big bulk of text, right? they need a way to let the game's UI guide them and provide that information. And like I mentioned earlier, like that quest to lead them to these mechanics and basically introduce them to it piece by piece, I think is the best way they could have done to approach that. So I'm very excited for it personally, at least.
It's the Super Metroid strategy. I know that's one of DM's favorite all-time games. It's
Absolutely.
when you learn how to wall jump, there's no tutorial. It doesn't tell you how to wall jump. You just see the little critters wall jumping. You're like, I wonder if I can do that. It's the same idea.
Mm.
Did you guys have a favorite part of the mechanics that were introduced there new? We had the Realms Walker, we had the Undercity, we had the Dark Citadel. I'm sure that's probably one of all of our favorites, but was there a moment that you remember the most from getting your chance to play through it?
Well, for me, the thing that I like the most, as you already called out, is the Dark Citadel. So for me personally, so it's a little bit dangerous to say something like this, but I mean, I'm just gonna say it anyway. I like MMOs. I like them. I like WoW. I love Lost Ark. I hate the pay to win aspect of it, but dude, I was born to go play those like really hard like mythic raids. I love that shit, man. I wanted to make it impossible. I want to wipe 7,000 times until I finally clear it. I know that's not a fun experience for a lot of people, but I love that stuff. And I was very happy to see when I went into the raids that I was just dying. I just couldn't do the raid because my build was garbage. I didn't have any tempers. I just didn't re-roll my gear. I didn't have the right gems. I didn't have any Paragon points. I was like, oh, I'll just go do the raid on Torment 1. Oh, no, buddy. You're not doing the raid on Torment 1. You better go get some gear. You better go make a real build. You have to actually understand the mechanics. It's like, oh, I did this and I just died. It just doesn't work. I love that stuff, man. Here's what I'm sick of. Like, let's look at it the other way. I'm sick of just running around and mowing down thousands of enemies with like one button. Like, it's fun.
Agreed.
Like, it's fun to do that for like 80-90% of the time when you're playing ARPGs. That's like what you do. But I need something where I take these really powerful builds that I made to go achieve something. So for me, that was really the standout thing of it actually stopped me in my tracks, and I see big potential for what they could build in the future for some super hard content.
I think you put it excellently. I'm totally with you on it as well. I also like how the game is like naturally guiding you to this, and it's like showing you a brick wall. This is what you need to overcome, and the game's already introduced you to these other mechanics that you need to engage with to be able to break that wall down. And I think that's really cool as well. But definitely the raid seems fantastic. It's gonna be fun to see like the Dark Citadel in hardcore. We talked about that earlier, me and DM, like with the whole one-shot mechanics if someone dies or DC stuff like that. It's gonna be very cool to see in hardcore. But I think that for the the majority of the player base being in softcore, I think that's going to be a very enjoyable experience for them to go through. And just in general, it just feels like the game went from D4 bad, and it took them a year of progressing their development to becoming much better, and then they made it even better. And now with this expansion, I feel like they've really hit the spot with a good game, and I'm very excited for it.
One thing I liked about the expansion was they teach you the mechanics and then layer them on each other. So like in the first wing, they teach you a mechanic, and then later on that same wing, you learn that mechanic, which you have to do first to lead into another mechanic. And then those two mechanics go into the next wing. And then in that wing, you have to use those to do the next mechanic. And then by the time you go to the final one, you need to know everything that you learned from each of the wings in order to defeat the final challenge. And like kind of like you were saying with the Super Metroid analogy, that was probably my favorite part about it, because I feel like you legitimately can go in blind. Like there's guides out there, we all got our own, but like you don't actually have to watch them. The game itself will teach you the step-by-step process. It'll be a little rough if you're going in blind on hardcore. Anyone that manages to do it first shot blind on hardcore, you have my respect. But if you go in and just play the game, you'll actually legitimately be able to learn it. So they did a pretty good job of kind of walking you through that as well.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another thing that I love that they did with the Dark Citadel, which I really haven't seen in Diablo 4. It's very common in other games, but not really in Diablo 4. So the way they showed in the campfire chat at the very end that they had that really cool armor set and that really cool mount, and the only way you can get it is by clearing Torment 4 of the raid. And I was like, wait a minute. You guys put like some of the coolest cosmetics not in the shop, and you just have to make a really strong character and work all season and earn it. It's like when you killed, like when the game came out, Uber Lilith was like the hardest challenge, or Nightmare Dungeon 100. And Uber Lilith, a lot of people didn't like it because mechanically, like the hitboxes of the waves or whatever. But it was the only real challenge in the game. And then for killing her, you got essentially no loot, and you got that, in my opinion, the super ugly blood horse, which I have never seen anyone ride around on at all because it's stupid as hell. So it's like they finally put some of the best cosmetics and rewards in one of the hardest game modes on the hardest difficulty. So that will motivate me not only to try to achieve it myself, but help others doing it. And by the way, the Dark Citadel's multiplayer, and people like have to go in different wings and do different mechanics. We're not going to be able to just walk in there and one shot it for you. You have to actually play the game and do the mechanics, you know, so everyone's going to have to do their part. I think it's a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I agree
like
with you
having-
on- Sorry?
No, go on, guys.
No, I agree with the statement. I will say, though, that the blood horse you got from Uberlith actually fits the thematic of a blood necromancer. So, I mean, I did actually use it. But, I mean, taking that aside, I was talking to Adam about this, actually. And I told him, like, that it would be really cool to have these super unique kind of MTX or transmogs or whatever, right, from defeating the pinnacle content to aspirational content. And I feel like they missed that opportunity when they introduced Uber Duriel. How cool wouldn't it be if you were riding around on a maggot? People would literally react to that, right? Like, what the fuck, you know? So I think that stuff like that would be really cool. To see them do this with a Torment Forest is very exciting. And I think it's it opens up a lot of venues for making it interesting and this being an end game goal for you to play more than just up to a certain point of the game. Now there's actually something aspirational with a reward at the end, right?
I think it's the best kind of content to have that reward behind, in my opinion. Because I remember when the Gauntlet came out, they launched a $65 horse, you know, that $65 horse, but that currency with it kind of at the same time. And one of my things was, why not just put this in the Gauntlet? Like, it's a cool cosmetic. It doesn't mean anything. Why sell this at the same time when we have a Gauntlet with literally 0 rewards? Like, just put the horse in there as a reward for the Gauntlet. But it's actually better than that suggestion, because the Gauntlet, if it was for a leaderboard thing, only a certain number of people are going to get it if you have to place on the leaderboard and something. But like, anyone can clear the Dark Citadel, really. But you just have to get good enough and get a good enough build to actually do it. Speaking of builds, do you guys know what build you're going on launch? GHAZZY, start with you.
I hope it's got a performance. I think it is. Let's see. Kepeleke, Touch of Death core skill with Temerity, Jacinth, Starlights. That's the idea. So basically, Giga Heal.
Poison.
Yes. What about you, Rex?
I'm gonna do the same thing. I was super drawn to the poison builds. I mean, I was already drawn to it before I got to play it. And then when I played it, it didn't help that the Centipede on like the play test back in whatever August was way stronger than everything else. The Centipede was just insta deleting everything. I'm like, yep, I'm having a lot of fun with this. I think I'm gonna keep playing here. And then yeah, like Touch of Death and Stinger and the Centipede seem very, very strong. Seem like one of the top builds. So probably gonna be theory crafting around there. I expect just everybody to be playing so many different builds. There's going to be so many crazy combinations that people come up with. It's going to be really interesting to see everybody, like, just tab through all the streams and see what everybody's playing like 1 week into it. But I'm definitely leaning toward going Poison. If I don't go Poison, it'll definitely be Eagle. I didn't think the Jaguar or the Gorilla had the same output for me.
I definitely agree with that. I feel like the class was like, everyone said it was going to be Druid 2.0. But it looks like it, but it just, to me, it just plays like a better version of Rogue. And I never liked Rogue. That's kind of like where I'm at with it. But what about you, DM? What are you starting?
Oh, well, I'll probably level with Centipede just because, I mean, I liked it in the 30 play test. I liked it in the early access. Like, everyone's probably going to play Centipede. But I was messing around with, and I didn't get any min-max build or anything. I was just throwing stuff on it. As you guys know, we barely had materials to actually like temper stuff and all that. But I was messing around with one build, in the early access that was actually really, really fun, which is just spamming basic attacks. Like you put all 4 basic attacks on, you get the basic attack ramping aspects, you get the Sepzuta or whatever the hell that quarterstaff is that does the basic attack ramping where every third does the third and then repeats the third. And then you get like the gloves that like echo the mark and all that. So it's just a whole bunch of basically basic attack spam. And I don't know if it's going to be like super good because I was only playing Torment 1, but it's really fun. I'll tell you that much. It's really fun. Then you warp all the time because of the dashes from the basic attack. And then you have this like giant AoE that's spamming from your Jaguar attack. So I'm probably going to try to make that work. Go a little bit further with it and see if I can make that actually go somewhere.
I think it's going to be pretty good, actually. I think you could actually take that somewhere. So I'm very interested to see the results of that. Looks pretty good, actually.
I think a lot of
So-
people will very much enjoy the basic attack simply because of the little small feature that lets you dash towards your targets with it. That alone
Yeah.
just makes basic attacks. It feels good that you're able to double down on the idea of it, and you also don't have this whole builder spender. What you kind of do with like a lot of those things either way. Like even Kepulek has that, but it doesn't feel like it, and I think a lot of people will appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, think about like barbarian leveling has been in shambles. Like barbarians have been gods, but the leveling experience has been terrible, and people go crazy over just lunging strike. Lunging strike itself as a skill blows, but it just dashes to your target. And all of the almost all of the Spiritborn generators or skills, in one way or another, dash to the target or have mobility for you. So everyone's gonna think it just feels amazing.
Oh, for sure. I do have a question for both of you guys, actually. It's been a bit of a topic I've been having consistently, and it's player expectation, right? So we have a large portion of the player base that is not the ones watching YouTube's streams, and they're a very large portion of it. And we as content creators have a tendency of setting a sort of expectation on the people that are or to our audience, where we do the hardest content ever very quickly because we're blasting 30-hour streams or whatever, right? We get there really quickly and we go Torment 4 and all those things, right? But they've also clearly stated that Torment 1 is where you can do everything in the entire game. And also from what I saw from the people that really blasted the review was that most people actually stayed in tier 3 farming. So I think the question that I'm trying to get to is, where would the bar be for what is determined to be a good build? Are we talking about a build that can clear tier 2, tier 3, or would we end up in this expectation zone where only builds that are considered good are the ones able to clear tier 4? Because I don't think all builds will be able to do that.
Oh, I mean, that's a very awesome theoretical philosophical question. I think no matter how we define it, people will have, essentially, as you kind of alluded to in your question, people have their own expectations of, if they put Torment 4 in the game, then I should be able to farm Torment 4. There are a lot of people that I hear that say, oh, you unlock Penitent at level 1? I'm playing Penitent at level 1. Good luck with that. Good luck playing Penitent at level 1 with nothing. Good luck. You're going to be going to the statue and lowering it pretty much immediately. So I would approach this question from like, which would I prefer?
Mm.
And I think the Diablo 3 had the same structure, but a very different output. And I thought Diablo 3's structure was decent, but the output was terrible. So here's what happens in Diablo 3. You have normal through Torment 16, and you play on between normal and T1 for about 2 hours. And then every single build for every single class, if you have any idea what you're doing, goes immediately to Torment 16. Everything in the middle, the whole cream filling, is completely trivialized. It means nothing. There is no progression through it whatsoever. It's T1 to T16 immediately for all builds. This is super garbage. Here, I love the fact that you really, it feels very punchy when you turn up a difficulty. It's a little bit of a journey. So I like the fact that if some of the builds are gonna, like, farming content is all about speed and efficiency, right? We know that. So if it takes you 10 minutes to clear a T4 dungeon and it takes you 2 to clear a T3, I really don't mind if the farming level bar is set lower than Torment 4. I think that's a hell of a lot better than what Diablo 3 had.
I can definitely see that for sure. What about you,
I
Dio?
pretty
will
much
not-
approach it. Go on.
Last comment I was just gonna say, it's not gonna hurt me emotionally or mentally or whatever if I can't speed farm Torment 4. I'm not gonna cry about it.
Hmm.
For me, I pretty much always approach, like, people ask this type of question all the time, like, what's a good build? I'm sure all of us get it in the chat. What's a good build for this character, whatever? And I always answer the same thing, which is the one that makes you have the most fun to play with the content you're trying to accomplish while you're playing the game. It's like when the game just launched, I'm saying they're trying to figure out, like, what's the best build? I got to make the best guide for the best thing, the blasting end of it. And like at a certain point, I just want to have fun. So it's like I'm going to play the build, which is companion druid for me for like the whole time. And let me tell you, I've been suffering for a while until kind of lately. Okay, it's like this build might not be the best. This class might not have been the best, and the only thing that apparently ever makes it good is a bug for like every fucking build of all time. But I'm gonna play it literally anyway because that's what I want to play. So it's play the fucking build that you want to play. Stop worrying about is this build 5% better. If you can beat the content you want to beat, just do that. If you're a competitive person and you have to clear tier 4 because you want the cosmetics of it, just probably play Spiritborn Centipede like everyone who's going to be fucking blasting all the way to tier 4 and what they're hitting billions of damage. Post stat squish is what I'm seeing from people that I saw Lucky's build. He was ridiculous. He was like one tapping stuff. So shout out to the boys. I'm sure Centipede Spiritborn's gonna be pretty fun. But for me, I'm just gonna preach have fun. I don't know. I wasn't one tapping shit. I can tell you that much. I was struggling with the rest of us.
I do like the what you were touching upon, Rax, earlier, where the whole idea with let's start Penitent level 1. I'm sure there will be some builds that can do it. There will be very, very limited builds that can do that, but very, very limited. But it's like Centipede leveling. I was like normal hard. Hard was rough, doable, but I went normal very quickly. And then when I did Quill Volley, for example, no problems. I could do expert, not penitent, but like I could do it expert. But it's like you said. I mean, it would take me so much longer time to do that, and I would have to do the whole builder spender. Whereas in normal, I would literally just one shot the elites. So you're just so much more efficient in normal. But we had this discussion in the early seasons of D4 as well, where the benefit of going up in difficulty just wasn't enough because of how much longer it would take you to kill them. So you benefited more from doing the easier difficulties. And I think that as long as people realize this and actually play the game that way, I don't think that they're going to complain about it. But then having access to Penitent on level 1 is fantastic for the builds that it's going to be your second character. You throw on some leveling gear, your whole full aspects when you log in, and I think that's going to be really cool to see as well. It allows people to have a more of a challenge experienced when they're leveling up when you're second character. So it's not like, hey, I'm just going to sit there for a few hours and click a button and be immortal, because the challenge doesn't start till I'm level 60. So I think that's a good way as well.
I'll tell you another huge bonus in reducing Penitent to level 1, besides giving people a challenge and letting people play their own way. Now, this is going to be a huge slice of copium here, but this is the opportunity for Blizzard to actually do some really fun community events. Like PoE, the Gauntlet. I'm not a good PoE player, and I died 2 times in the campaign in the Gauntlet that came out 1 week ago. But just making a really hardcore challenge. Everybody log in, try to do these certain achievements. We'll give you some cosmetics for it. Maybe there's some prizes. Bro, can we have like some actual fun events? Like, I get that they're trying, but some of the events that they had last year, like in December, like the holiday thing, you could beat it in like 15 minutes and the rewards are really dumb and you don't even do anything. It's just like another Helltide. There's no challenge to it at all. It's like if they open up Penitent at level 1, let's have like everybody try, everybody has to start a companion druid and everyone has to see how far you can get in the campaign on Penitent. Most people won't be able to kill, like the first enemy is going to be impossible. And I don't know. It's just, I wish they would do more fun stuff like that. I hope that this is a gateway for those things to happen.
That would be amazing, actually.
I like the race that we did at the, well, not us, because we weren't allowed to, but the race that happened to like level 100 hardcore at the start of the game, and it went on the Lilith statue at Blizzard campus. I kind of hope that they do like at least a shout out for like the first people that cleared on hardcore in tier 4 or something. Remove all the people that early access out of the pool, just like they did for the launch of the game. And then all the players who are going into it day 1, it would be cool if they did like a shout out for the top 10 or the first team that clears it or something like that. Even a tweet, something easy.
It doesn't have
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
a lot of
I
money.
think that stuff matters, man. I
It
think the
does.
community matters a lot.
I think that Diablo specifically, from my experience, have been very good on taking care of the content creators. I think that they're very good on that end, like really. I'm sure you guys agree with that. But what it's like you said as well, with agreeing with DM was saying, I think that they can extend that without that costing tons of money for them to do. Like you said, on an announcement in game, a tweet or something, it doesn't cost them much money to get that thing up and running, and it's just so small, but it does have such a big impact. It helps like weave the community in together, and doing events like you were talking about, Raxon, would be fantastic, like mid-season event.
See, like that. See that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is like at the core of what I'm thinking here. It's not that I need Blizzard to further take care of the content creators. I feel like Blizzard treats me well. I want them to extend it, as you said. I want to involve the community.
Yeah.
I want to see tons of people logging in for this impossible challenge, and I want to see a ton of people dying in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the challenge, just getting their asses kicked. You got to make a new character and try again. You got to try a new strategy. And you get to this boss in the campaign, and they gave him the Uber Lilith waves. Oh, okay, good luck. Oh, you're dead. Okay, I'll go again. Like, I don't know, man. I love that stuff. I love the super over the top, ridiculous stuff. I want to involve everybody, and I just want to see everybody have a good time where no one actually expects to get through it, but magically somebody will.
Yeah. Well, I guess Ben is gonna come around and do it by the end. Holy shit! But no, I definitely think that could be a cool way. I do feel like all of these games have stepped into being MMO ARPGs, right? Lost Ark kind of led that train. It was very sought after for many years, and then Lost Ark kind of filled that void that people were lacking. There was a couple of attempts from other game companies. I remember like Guardians of Ember or something tried as well, and like the MMO features just felt kind of lackluster in general because you have this box of the game where it's like everyone's supposed to be able to do everything themselves, and when you involve party play, people immediately go to the WoW mindset where it's like tank, healer, DPS. That doesn't exist in an ARPG in the same sense, right? And I think that the way they did with the Dark Citadel was actually a really good way to create this team play experience without
I
requiring.
was surprised.
Yeah.
The mechanics were like pretty well done. Like it's balanced for both 2 and 4 players. Like if you do 2 players, there's the mechanics like the double portal where you both have to go in, so you have to make sure that you guys are going the right one. Requires communication, but you can be with 2. There's some more room for air with 4 people, which makes sense. But you can also do it with 2. It's just slightly requires more communication. And the way they, like I was explaining earlier, the way they teach you the mechanics is they stack upon each other until like kind of goes to the ultimate challenge at the end. I was really surprised with the Dark Citadel. I played it with Riker and Lucky. It was like my first experience going into it. And honestly, when I went into it, I expected a tank and spank, like gauntlet. You go through, here's fucking Tomb Lord, you kill Tomb Lord, then you kill like the tutorial boss, and congratulations, gauntlet's over. But I was like, wait, this is an actual mechanic. I have to like stand here and do this thing and then go somewhere else and do this other thing, wait for the teammate, and where it splits up and you each kind of go your own way, like it's Portal 2. I really was surprised with that, to be honest.
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's how you have to do it, right? When you don't have roles, when you don't have tank, healer, DPS, you need to involve the party in doing all the mechanics while DPSing. So the mechanics need to be team oriented.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, here we are. Finally, the first version of that. The thing is, for me, kind of to add to something that DM said, the mechanics themselves felt pretty good on the raids. And so this is their first try. How did the first try go with the Abattoir of Zir? Well, it was pretty terrible. How did the first try go with the Gauntlet? It was pretty bad. I have done 2 Gauntlet runs ever in my entire Diablo 4 career. I played Diablo 4 a lot. This was one of the first game modes I walked in. And I said, "Oh, this is actually this is actually pretty fun from the start. So if they continue to evolve it and build up the mechanics and build up the rewards and see what kind of ideas they can get, they should go talk to the WoW team to see what ideas they can get from them. I just watched the Race to World First that I think Liquid won, but it it feels good to go into a game mode I haven't played before and actually like it from the beginning.
Yeah.
I
It's
also,
arguable if it's like the first mechanic that feels like they did get it right from the beginning. Like you go in, it's like, yeah, I don't really think there's a lot to change. I will argue that one of the best additions they made was phasing the bosses. So it's like you can only do 1/3 of the HP, and then no, he's immune. Because there is a boss in which it does not have that portion of it. And what happened was Lucky was way stronger than me and Riker. So we go in and he literally one shots the boss, and we weren't even aware it had mechanics until me and Riker ran it back and did it as a duo. And I'm like, oh, there's like actually something you have to do here, because the maze one where you go through the maze with the barrier, Lucky literally one shot the boss. So it was all the other ones you can't do that. Like there's phases in which you are hard required to do the mechanics. And I was thinking about it later, and it's like, okay, in the game where you basically more or less can infinitely scale your damage to just shit on everything in the game, you have to hard lock it. You have to put phases in it, or else you literally can just phase skip everything like the Lilith fight.
yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. I know a lot of people are very anti the whole idea of immunity phases. I feel like the only way in a game such as an ARPG to create a scenario where you actually have to engage with the boss's mechanics is to have immunity phases, because you will eventually get to the point where you're just one-shotting everything. That's kind of the idea. Like you're just scaling your power up, up, and you just one-shot things. Even PoE has that issue to some degree as well, where the Uber bosses prevents that for most builds, and I think that's a really good way to do it. That makes the fight itself unique and entertaining, rather than you're going in and hitting a loot pinata, right?
Yeah, I would say on boss phasing, I would say there are people that really like it, so you have to engage the mechanics. There are people that don't want it at all. When you get the super powerful build, you just get to one shot the boss. I'm very much in the middle, and for me, a boss fight that feels very, very well tuned in terms of the amount of phasing that they have and the amount of mechanics that you can, let's say, skip via your power is Maven. So for me, Maven, when you get like, I haven't fought her too many times, but when I got a super powerful build, all like the mechanics in like the first phase, I just hit her so hard that I barely had to dodge any of them because she went to the next phase. But then more or less at some point, you're going to have to do at least one memory game to make it through the boss. And I thought this is a pretty good balance. Like you're not going to get away really with getting through Maven without at least doing a memory game. But as you get way stronger, the fight did get way easier because I got to skip some of her non-critical mechanics. So I always prefer a balance. If you are phasing the boss for every single little mechanic that they have to do, and you're making me do like 5 to 6 mandatory things for not a super endgame pinnacle boss, I think that's annoying as hell. But if they have a core thing that you have to solve every time that you fight it, I feel that that's a good thing that you shouldn't be able to skip.
No, I'm totally with you on that one.
Speaking of core mechanics you can't really skip, how'd you feel about the Realm Walker?
I liked it.
I thought it was super boring.
Boring.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, I thought, in my opinion, it's one of the worst seasonal mechanics. I'm not just trying to shit, because I actually like the expansion, but the season 6 is kind of separate of the mechanic. It kind of felt to me like the expansion's launching, so let's just release like a mid-season, because all of the focus and hype is on the expansion, so we can kind of just do something boring.
Here's how I correlate it. If you're playing World of Warcraft, what's the worst quest you can get? What's the worst kind of quest you can get? Betty lost 5 apples. Go kill this dragon in this cave. The worst kind of quest is escort. Follow this cart to the end of the road. I mean, I can't do it, man. I hate them. It's not a 0 out of 10. It's a -5 out of 10. Following along the Realm Walker as he spawns 5 monsters and he makes 10 pit stops. The reason why I don't mind the season mechanic is because the rewards are very good. The rewards, I'm going to do the Realm Walkers because I want those opals, because I want to grind my Paragon levels. I want to level fast. But the actual doing it is, I don't like it, man. I don't like escorts. So you can never make me like an escort.
I'm on the opposite side of it. Like when you describe it that way, I can definitely see that. So something I've been very annoyed with any ARPG is that every goddamn mechanic is stand in a circle, kill monsters. Oh, this time it's a triangle. Oh, next season it's a square. Ooh, I'm like, okay, give me something interactive. And I didn't mind. I didn't feel like it was an escort. To me, it felt like, okay, I'm killing these. Okay, now I gotta. He's moving. I gotta move up and kill these things here. I felt like I was doing more than just standing still in a circle, and that's why I didn't mind it. But I also feel like it's definitely elevated with something that I'm very, very, very happy with when it comes to what they've chosen here, and that is the drops, right? The opals. You're able to essentially pseudo target farm, and I think that any ARPG that's in the history of gaming is always there to for you to grind out and get powerful, and you want to target farm, or you want to farm X or Y items, right? You want to get that unique or that material, right? And giving the players the opportunity or the choice to essentially pseudo target those farms, like the opals is one thing, and with the opals is now further emphasizing this. Hey, I want more gold. Okay, here's that. You want more materials? Here's that. What you can do for that one. You need more equipment? Here's this. And I think that approach itself is fantastic. And I keep thinking about how they do it with like Last Epoch, for example, and finding some sort of middle ground with how they can incorporate that in D4. I feel like that the Realm Walker's rewards, like you said, provides that pseudo target farming esque approach, which is just elevating the enjoyment I get from the game.
Yeah, so yeah, I think you made a lot of good points in that just blasting through enemies standing in the circle or the triangle is not what we want. We both agree that the rewards are very strong, and we both agree that we like the ability to target farm, kind of choose your rewards is very nice. The problem that I have is what I don't want is I don't want Blizzard to change it from blasting everything in a circle to a very slow escort. That's for me either a side grade or a downgrade. It's like I agree with you completely that that's not what I want, but what you gave me instead, it's like you gave me broccoli instead of Brussels sprouts. Like I wanted tacos and you didn't give me tacos. And that's a problem.
Fair enough. What's your take on that, DM? Like after hearing us, I mean, this is vastly different.
I mean, I'm still in this. You're not going to convince me. Like I don't like it. Like I don't find it fun. I think it's a boring mechanic. I like the rewards, but if you're asking me, I'm going to do it. The answer is yes, because there's Opos. The second Opos isn't there. It's literally a dead on arrival content I would never do for any reason. So the only reason I'm going to do it is because of Opos. And there's other mechanics they've introduced that I quite like. The Dark City, in my opinion, is the best thing they've ever added to the game. The Undercity, I like that a lot more. But Realm Walker, absolutely not. I'm good.
Fair enough.
I love how DM opened with, "You are never gonna convince me otherwise." He just
No shot.
he just hates.
I know. I just like the idea of not being killing things in a circle. So like, when I first engaged with it, I was like, I'm not
Both
gonna
can be
stand
true.
still. Oh my
Both
god,
can
I
be
actually
true.
do something. Like, okay. And I liked it, but I do feel like, I definitely see the escort thing, and I definitely think that if you do it enough times, the escort's gonna be, that feeling is gonna take over the enjoyment, I think. I didn't do
both
too many.
also do not like standing in a circle and killing a monster for every mechanic ever. I agree with that, but the realm, that's like they're separate conversations. Don't like circles. Don't fucking like escort missions either, my dude. So I can't,
That's
same
fair.
thing. Same thing in Rexy.
One thing that I think they could have done, like if I compartmentalize the mechanic, I think the portal part is a lot more fun than the Realm Walker part. One thing that I think they could do that would make it wouldn't solve it, but it would make it better, is throw way more monsters. Make it way more chaotic. It's literally like 6 monsters every 20 seconds. I'm just like, oh my god, dude, I'm falling asleep here. They could have made it a lot more intense. Fighting a Realm Walker is not an intense experience at all, and it's supposed to be like hatred rising up. Bro, this isn't hatred, man. I'm falling asleep here.
Like we learned this lesson with the Helltides. Helltides, like people did not like farming in the beginning, and now Helltides are significantly improved. And what did they do? They just threw a bunch more shit in it and cranked the rewards. That's
Mm.
pretty much all they did with Helltide. So, yeah, same thing can ring true here. Like throw a bunch more shit in it. Maybe you'll like it. Make it a little bit more exciting. Throw some goblins in there. We have that new Portal prankster dude. You could throw in there too. You could throw a lot of shit in there, and maybe it'd be a little bit more exciting. But the density is weird, and also I had to laugh because when you start and like you're sitting there waiting for it, you can click on the portal and it'll summon like a few white mobs, and someone's like 3 white mobs, and it's like right here, and you're just tap. They all die. You're like, all right, 30 seconds. I can summon 3 more white mobs, I guess.
And for me, like tied to that for lessons learned, like with Helltide and those solutions. To me, the Realm Walkers, my first experience was it reminded me of Malignant Hearts. You want to know when I knew that Malignant Hearts was gonna not work? It was the very, very, very first moment that they showed the very first clip on the campfire. When I was watching it, and they killed the monster, and the Malignant Heart was floating there, and it slowly went down, and then it slowly went up, and then another elite spawned. I said, Blizzard, maybe I'm just like a zoomer, maybe I just have like a Red Bull IV in me, but if you think that I'm gonna sit there for 6 seconds while you spawn me another elite on top of the elite I already just killed, you are out of your mind. That's what the Realm Walker feels like. You have a room of 6 monsters, you kill them, you walk 50 meters, and then you wait for the next room of 6 monsters to spawn. I really wish that they would abolish anything like this, not just in this season, not just in Diablo 4, from every game that they ever make for the rest of their lives. I despise it more than anything.
Dude, you did this video at the launch of D4 that I watched and I was dying laughing at called like a Blizzard, please stop slowing me down. And you're talking about like I have to open the fucking doors and then there's these mechanics and I'm waiting for these stupid prisoners to like take a shower and hurry up or something. Like everyone's taking fucking forever. I remember watching that video and being like, yep, it's true. You're having to wait all the time.
I mean, I recognize maybe it's a me problem, no, not only like personality wise, but also just I guess the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I just keep complaining about it, but I have to feel like I'm not the only one feeling this way. I mean, the comments on it were like, "Please, Rax, keep complaining, please." Okay, I'm gonna try my best.
Feels like complaining and D4 has been going hand in hand for a year now, though, and I feel like they're actually turning the game out to be really good now. Like it's getting really good.
Yeah.
And they're heading in a very good direction. Sure, it took them a year, but they're really going there. But the masses are still, they're outside the doors with their signs screaming D4 bad still, like, okay, I mean, sure, we can nitpick and we complain about certain things, but it's not like we are complaining about the general majority of the game anymore. We're at a point where it's like the game's good. Like the game's actually good now. Like log in, and then you can complain about the smaller stuff. Like that's how I feel right now.
Yeah, so this is it's an ongoing, it's like an ongoing, like almost philosophical debate about what has happened with Diablo 4, right? So people pay a lot of money for a AAA game, and I have a list here. It's 1.5 pages long about all the things that the game was missing in like core fundamental things that the game either was completely missing at the start or it was just completely retuned and they had to redo it. Resistances, Helltide, the open world, the horse, moving the vendors in the town. I mean, you guys know, you guys were there, like for literally everything. Now, they spent a year fixing it, and now the expansion adds a nice level of polish. So the game, at a minimum, even for the people that hate Diablo 4 more than anything, it feels a lot better. But then there's people who say, Rax, but you don't want to give credit to a gaming company or a developer that just fixes the product that you were expected to have delivered at the beginning. And first of all, I guess I can't really argue against that logic. That is a perfectly rational take. It's maybe a little bit pessimistic given the circumstances here. And the reason why I say that is there's a lot of things in life that are completely broken upon arrival for one reason or another that actually simply never get fixed, ever. And if they get fixed, sometimes they get fixed to a point where it's super mediocre and it's still garbage, right? At least I want to give credit to Blizzard for they fix things and it's actually working pretty well. And considering how terrible of a trajectory the launch was on at the beginning, I think they deserve credit for how much they changed the course of the ship here. Some people wouldn't agree with me. They say I'm never giving Blizzard another dime. I can't believe Rax would give them credit for that. But there's so many things in the world that never get fixed that I don't hate Blizzard, and I'm glad that the expansion is feeling good, and I hope that Deep War continues to improve, and it continues down the road to like Diablo 5 and stuff.
I'm definitely with you in that part. I feel like turning the ship around is a good way to put it. I really do. Like, it was a really bad start. Like, really, really, really bad. But they've done a good job with it. Moving forward, I mean, the seasonal mechanic, like we talked about, it's not the best. Rewards are good. I think that's really nice. I wonder how much they would like to keep of their league mechanics as a core game moving forward. Like, should Realm Walkers, in whatever capacity, be something that should be as a core mechanic in the game moving forward? Is that something that would benefit them? Because I feel like something that they've done really good with this with expansion is allowing in-game aspirational content, like we talked about with the tournament difficulties, and combining that with the fact that there's a large variety of in-game activities you can choose to engage with, which was really needed for the end game. And I feel like we're there, at least the start of that, with the new expansion. What do you think about that, DM?
I'll give you a take. So for me, I think the Realm Walkers should stay. Now, obviously, I don't like them, but they should be part of the game. If they're going to remove the Opals because it's only a seasonal benefit or something, and they would put another reward in there, so be it. It's another opportunity for them to add agency, because they've really been doing this with the expansion through the mercenaries in the Undercity. They added some agency to be able to target farm what you want. And I like that. I like the ability to be able to be like, I'm looking for this, and you can kind of target farm what you're looking for, or aspects you miss. I think that's cool. Removes a little bit of like you trying to find that greater affix necklace or something that takes you fucking forever. So I like that. The other thing it doesn't solve it, but it's an addition to, is the game was pitched from the beginning as an open world. The biggest difference between D4 and the other Diablos is it's a giant open world in which you see the other players, and it's supposed to be a living, breathing world. The one thing I do like about Realms Walkers, as opposed to like the Malignant Tunnels before, is it is an open world event. It's something that's happening on the world. It's a reason for people to go and gather at something, and it's actually another activity that is ongoing and makes the world a little bit more exist, as opposed to, let me go into the Undercity, which is an instance, let me go to the Dark Citadel with an instance, let me go to a dungeon, which is an instance, let me go to the pits, which is an instance, let me go to the Gauntlet, which is an instance. Yeah. So it's actually something that happens on the world that was the fucking major difference of the game to begin with. So I think if they continue to stack those, even if they're not all like ideally 100% the best implementation, put more things on the open world, in my opinion, is good.
So I think, again, we're getting into all the really hard questions here. I think this is a question that is very hard to answer. It's like you're going through a minefield. I think there are a ton of ways that you could easily ruin your game by doing the wrong things here about what seasonal mechanics you keep and which ones you don't. In general, I think it's like a quality over quantity thing. Any idea that you have that worked very well, that has a place to carry forward where you can implement some cool rewards, should carry forward. I agree with DM's sentiment that the Diablo 4 open world was pitched as the big defining thing of Diablo 4. When it launched, the open world was the thing that was probably the worst part about it, because of the horse and the barricades and all these.
Agreed.
You can't port to Nightmare Dungeons. But now that the game has received a lot of reworks and polishing, I actually enjoy the open world now more than I ever have. So finding interesting ways to buff that should be very much on Blizzard's agenda. In general, Blizzard hasn't been carrying forward too many of their mechanics. To be completely honest, not all of their mechanics were home runs. But I'll tell you something that I'll tell you one thing that I wish they would do more that they aren't doing, and one thing that they shouldn't do, which could ruin the game, is I don't want them to add stuff to where the game becomes bloated. Again, quality over quantity. There have been examples of different games that just keep adding mechanics and mechanics and mechanics and mechanics that eventually not only is it a little bit overwhelming for the current players, but if anyone new ever comes into the game, then it's just, oh, there's there's 300 icons on this open world. There's a Realm Walker. There's a Helltide. There's a Legion event. There's all this. The Subo's my mercenary. My whole mini map is cotton candy. What the hell do I even do here? I think there's definitely a bloat that you could add that would ruin the game. And one of the things that I really was sad about is season 2 is borderline their best season with the vampiric powers. And other than the UI of literally upgrading the powers, not only were the vampiric powers cool, but the way that you progress through your character and leveling them up, it was almost like collecting Pokemon cards, was really fun. And you want to know what they did? They took a bank of the vampire powers and carried it forward, but they missed my favorite vampire power, so I was already mad. But then they didn't bring back the progression system. Blizzard, you didn't carry forward your most fun progression system that you had made so far. It's not enough to just have it drop as an item. You need to give me things to do. We're crying for a year that we don't have an end game. If you build a good progression system and you don't carry it forward in some capacity, I mean, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about it one way or another of ways that can go wrong, ways that it can go better. But I think Blizzard should take a closer look at how they make these decisions, because I think small improvements here could go a long way.
So GHAZZY, you want to go?
Sure. So PoE has a bloat issue, like a massive bloat issue. It is so hard for new players to get into PoE because of the bloat. There's so much content. And then they had this brilliant fix to it, which was the Atlas passive tree, right? Where you could navigate and decide, I want to engage with this and this. So you get more of that. I don't want to engage with this and this and this. So I disable those. And that's how the mapping system. I know that's going to be very hard to one by one copy over to D4, but D4 is not at the point where they have bloated mechanics. At this point, it's like, I think Season 6 is going to cover that for the most part, if not entirely. And I think that what we need is quantity of choice, which I think we're getting personally at least. And now it's like looking at the quality over quantity. And like you mentioned, with moving the vampiric powers over to taking parts of that and moving it forward into the core game is how they should operate with it. But doing it in a way where it's content that you're engaging with for the progressional part that you talked about, one way or another, make that core game not just, hey, you just get the legendary powers now dropping as gear. Now you're actually at a point where you have to do this and this if you want to engage with that specific power of your character. That allows us to have more venues of in-game content to engage with. I think that's the best course of action. What were you saying, DM?
I was just going to say I recently experienced this issue. So Rex is talking about a new person can join the game and there can be a bunch of bloat and like overwhelming. I just had this feeling when I launched Throne of Liberty. So Throne of Liberty, the new MMO, has, I counted 36 different menus. So when you click the button, it has 36 different buttons you can push to open an entirely new menu. And it's basically you're looking at an Excel spreadsheet. But then I realized all of these systems are not too bad. It's a UI failure. So what I think a lot of times can happen is it's the presentation and flow of introducing the mechanics that can be a failure. I think PoE, that's where they tend to fail. Like they teach you, here, put the skill gem in and all that. And then it's just like, good luck. They never even mention any of the other mechanics or anything throughout the game. So it can be highly overwhelming. But when you go into each of the mechanics, they're not really that complicated. Like it's Blight. You click on a button, you make a tower. So it's like, I kind of agree with GHAZZY that we need quantity, but also the bloat issue is very true for me, specifically from a UI point of view. And I don't know if Diablo has too much of a UI issue. One of the things that I liked about Season 2, since we're using that as an example, is I think it was pretty easy to tell. Like you just have the 3 little icons. You have to have this many of the skulls, this many of the cups or whatever. You just put it in one of the 5. Oh, I need more cups. There's more cups on the item or something like that. And the one UI that was annoying that we all agree was annoying was when you're leveling up the vampire powers, right? So, and that is because the UI, in my opinion, was not that great. It's like, oh, you click on the thing, you click it a million times, you just have to navigate through these menus a million times. So I feel like the bloat issue can be somewhat alleviated if it's smoothly introduced and it's not a dog shit UI. Otherwise, the overwhelming UI can be quite bad in MMOs that have a million different systems.
I think you have a very fair point with what you're saying. We talk about this a lot. I mentioned it earlier as well. Like most people playing the game, they don't watch streams, they don't read the patch notes, they don't watch YouTube videos, and that's fine. But we have to remember that's the majority of the player base. And in a game like Diablo, with that is so big, with so many players playing, it's important for the game to communicate and inform the player of XYZ, like what they're expected to do, what their progression is supposed to do, where they're supposed to do what, and when and where, right? And all of those things cannot be a block of text. I mean, Rex, you know from guides, people don't read them. They go in, they check, like a D4, they would go into the guide, they check the powers, they check the skill tree, they check the paragon. They didn't read a single word the guide writer wrote. And then they come to the stream and they ask us, yeah, this doesn't work. I'm like, yeah, but I'm explaining it there. Like, it's literally there in the guide. Oh, I didn't look because I just copied whatever was on the images. People don't read, and that's it's been like that forever. It will continue to be like that. So that's why the importance of not just the high functioning, but the UI, but the communication needs to be as simplistic and clear as possible. Because people will read 1 or 2 sentences. They won't read, an entire, book or 2. 1.5 A4 pages or whatever you had with complaints tracks. Right? People are not going to read that, but if you present it, here's an image like you mentioned with the cups. Oh, you have this many cups. Okay, but there's cups there. Now I know I need that many. Like that UI importance, I don't think people give enough credit to well-designed UIs because it just feels natural, right?
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. So to like take those ideas and like kind of wrap them up into like a summary here. So in the Diablo 4 campaign in season 6, there are quite a few activities you could do. You can do the raid, you can do the Undercity, you can do Helltide, you can do the pit, you can do a Nightmare Dungeon. We're finally at a point you can do a Realm Walker. There's quite a bit of activities. Blizzard does a very excellent job of not only kind of luring you to them without you really realizing it, but when you go into the dungeon, I like what Blizzard did here. They have like this box that pops up and it's got like 3 little hints. It'll be like Kurast Undercity. You start with a low timer. Kill stuff to build your timer. Build rewards, kill the boss at the end. I think that's about the right amount of hand holding. When I think about like optimal game design, the ultimate level that you could reach would be, again, to go back to one of the GOATs, Super Metroid. Super Metroid has no tutorials. It doesn't tell you how to fire your gun. It doesn't tell you how to be a morph ball. It doesn't tell you how to lay a bomb. Or actually, it does tell you how to lay a bomb. It doesn't tell you how to wall jump. It doesn't tell you jack shit. It doesn't tell you anything. But yet you can figure it out so easily. But the problem here is that doesn't work in an ARPG with a lot of mechanics. We can't go like completely Super Metroid strategy. You got to give them something. And this is where what DM was talking about. This is what PoE does not do at all. So what they do is they do the Super Metroid strategy. As you're going through the acts, you will see an Alva temple. You will see a syndicate or whatever it's called. You will see them, but it gives you literally nothing. It does not tell you anything. And PoE is such a mechanic-heavy, complicated game that if you don't give the new players anything to explain, absolutely nothing, it actually, I think, is hurting you more than it's helping you, even though the Super Metroid design is the best. I don't think that works in a game with so many mechanics. It works in Super Metroid because there's like 8 mechanics: screw attack, super missile, power bomb, grapple beam, and you're done. PoE has like 500 mechanics. The new players need some help.
I think PoE 2 is going to do a very good job in fixing that specific issue. like it's so much more new player friendly, and I think that D4 is very good at what they're doing on that aspect as well. There are some improvements to be made on some aspects of it, but it is a very easy game to get into. And I think that the changes for season 6 that we talked about, you're done with the campaign, you are going to be led down the road to engage with these in-game mechanics and these other contents and events that you can engage with. It's just showing you that in a very effective way. I like it. I like it very much, actually.
Can I make a super bold hot take that you guys might not agree with?
Yes.
I think in these video games, the new player experience is probably the most important thing in the game. Like, I'm a blaster. I don't care how hard you make PoE or PoE2 on me. I don't care. I will figure it out. And what I care about as an individual is how good is your end game. Because I want to blast health compromising degenerate hours into your game. But even despite that being my own personal thing that I care about, when the new players can't engage with your game and they're confused, I think you've lost the battle before it's even begun. I think this is so important that I would dare say it's the most important aspect of the game out of anything.
I
No,
agree.
I
I think
agree.
even Path of Exile, GGG agrees with this because some of the most additional things they're adding to it are things like videos explaining mechanics because they realize what GHAZZY was saying that people don't read. So they actually have now little, when you hover over something, like it will have a little video snippet showing you what that skill looks like or the mechanic looks like, which I think is a nice addition as well. We're getting close to the top of the hour here. We said we'd only keep you an hour. So I want to give you a chance. You're doing a subathon here coming up. It's your first subathon you're launching on, it starts October 7th, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like talking about myself in front of you guys. That you guys are gonna have your own streams, guys. Give the subs to GHAZZY and DM. But yeah, I've never done a subathon before because subathons are usually tied to time, where you donate subs and the time goes up and you blast. Bro, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna blast anyway. I'm a loser. I got nothing else to do. I'm gonna be blasting the whole time. So my subathon is gonna be much more about the people that have been asking me to do stuff that I hate. Like I hate Taco Bell. I hate it. I'll order the whole menu and we'll try it, and I don't know, we'll hate it together. And I'll order sushi. I don't like sushi, but whatever. I'll order the best sushi and I'll try it and whatever. So yeah, we'll try it. I've never done one. I probably never will do another one again. One of them is going to be take off the hoodie. People really care about that. So people really care about that. So
I'm curious. So, me and DM, I believe, we're both doing also subathon, but not for D4. We're doing it for PoE2.
Yeah, not D4. No.
Yeah. But I am curious. So I've done one before, and I told DM about one thing before he did his first. Rax, when you need to sleep, will you do that like on stream with sound and stuff like that on, or what's the plan there?
I'll do that. It's
Like, is that the plan that you're having?
no.
No.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm I'm gonna attempt, and I won't do it. I won't do it entirely because I have to actually move in the middle of it. But
Mm.
I am going to attempt to play pretty much 24 hours a day for 2 straight months. No sleeping, no rebroadcasts, none of that. Humans can't do that. I would die. So I have to sleep. So then what's the solution there? My brother used to be a Diablo 4 streamer, and he used to be a Maxwell writer for many, many years. And also, Sarah, my girlfriend, she is also a Diablo 4 streamer, knows the game, had the review copy, she knows the expansion. So every time I need a quick little cat nap, I'm just gonna sub them in and they just play. So we're just playing nonstop, and it's gonna continue into PoE2. I'm gonna be there with you guys. My
Awesome.
subathon will be over at that point. I'll throw them over to you, but no, we're sending it. I mean, this is the Diablo 4 expansion, and this is PoE2. This is like I'm old and my right hand doesn't work anymore. I don't give a shit. I did not come this far to quit right now, so we just got to full send it, guys.
That sounds awesome. Because I remember when me and DM did our first ones, it's like that experience of having sound on when I was sleeping. I think I had
it was a mistake.
68-hour stream, and I got a 6 or 7 hour sleep in total over 3 attempted sleep sessions that I woke up cold sweat, heart beating because someone donated. So I had like these big alarm shit and sounds going off. It was the most crucial, excruciating and painful experiences I've ever had. So when DM said, I'm going to do a subathon, I'm like, don't do this. Pause the timer, go to bed. You will not like that. And, you know, so now we're both in this boat where we've done it.
You were right. You were right. All right, man. Well, enjoy the subathon. Enjoy the launch. Thanks for coming by. It's cool to hear that we're all like actually pretty positive. I want to say maybe it's the most positive experience that Diablo 4 seems to have had from reviewers, etc. So far. I mean, maybe season 4 was pretty good. That got a lot of good reviews, and season 2 is pretty good. But I feel like the Dark Citadel, particularly, I address that part because campaign I have all other opinions on, but I can't really talk about spoilers. The Dark Citadel, I think, is the most positively reviewed piece of content Diablo 4 has had so far. So that's kind of hype. Hope you all have fun with the expansion, and thanks for coming by. You got any last sentiments or anything you want to throw out there, Rex?
No, I mean, I used to have a podcast that we did for a long time. It's actually not as easy to do this podcast as some people may think. Some people think it's like, oh, you just turn on 3 webcams and you just talk. Well, I guess at the base, that's what it really is. But figuring out scheduling and timing and coming up with prepared questions and being a host and listening and having a dialogue, it's actually not as easy as people think. So just want to say thank you guys for having me. I've been here like 2 or 3 times. You guys are probably getting sick of me by now, but I appreciate what you guys do for the ARPG community. I think you guys don't get enough credit for what you guys are doing. So I appreciate you guys. I'm looking forward to teaming with you in D4, and you guys can carry me in PoE too. I think I'm the only one here who's never played it, so I'll be the noob on day 1.
Don't worry, it's only Act 1 through 3. It won't be so bad. So
thanks for joining,
Appreciate
and good luck at the subathon, man.
GG's. Thank you.
Cheers. All righty. Recording is now over.
Awesome.
And
I liked how he said prepare questions and whatnot. And like the whole structure that we have is like we're just gonna call people up and like we have this main topic. Let's talk about D4. Like, okay, let's see where it goes. But I think we do it pretty well.
we were totally prepared, right? Surely.
100%.
Yeah, prepared. Those were all well-written questions that we were sweating all night, talking on the phone, preparing our.
True.
How do you like the Dark Citadel questions?
Oh, we're good. We're really good. I was so surprised you guys don't like the Realm Walker, but I mean, I guess I'm kind of.
Why would we though? Like,
maybe
I don't
I'm just a deer in
understand.
the headlight with the reward. So
You
like,
are,
yeah.
bro. You are with this shit. I don't like. The Realm Walker is ass. I mean,
that,
the other stuff's good, but the Realm Walker, like,
maybe if I just engage with it more than I did, I would have the same feeling that you guys did because I didn't do it that many times. So maybe that's the problem. I do agree though with Braxton, like making it chaotic, having tons of monsters would actually make it way more enjoyable.
or throw random bosses. Like, what if they made it like an RNG pour though, where they throw random bosses out, where it's like the Realm Walker literally can summon like fucking anything. So you're there, and then suddenly like a Shava gets warped in. You know, I mean, come on, I know I'm a little crazy, but like actually make it do something instead of like kill 2 elites and then walk another half mile, kill 2 more elites, then walk a half mile, kill 2 more elites. Something anyway. I didn't even drink as part of the tavern talk.
Dude, I'm so sleep deprived. I'm happy I'm not drinking alcohol right now. I'll be honest.
Late for you over there.
Late, 11 p.m. right now, but I'll be updating guides for the next 9 or 10 hours before I go to bed.
Do you have to do them for all classes?
No, I'm responsible for the Necromancers, and I'm co-writing Spiritborn with another one. It's in the chat right now. How you doing? So she's doing that, and I send her planners, and then I kind of done that last night. I got a little bit more to do, but like I gotta attend the Necromancer as well. But I got to do the planners and make the updates and everything, plus the other guides. It's like it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
So are you going ham then on launch? Like, are you going to do 24 hours or 16 hours or anything? Or?
It's very likely that I'll be going crazy. Yes, I'll probably pump as hard as I can. partially because I think launches of league seasons and games is, in my opinion, the most enjoyable time frame. I just love those things. Like even when I'm not racing, like PoE leagues, like it's like the best. Those first couple of days, even first weeks, like I'll push as hard as I can. But all the other reason is like I'll need to make sure that all the guys that I have are actually fully functional to the point where it's like maybe I need to tweak some small stuff, and then when I'm done with that, I gotta go to Necromancer, do all of that with that as well. So, but yeah, so lots to do. But are you pumping on launch?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. So my plan is, I was curious about how long you think it's going to hold you too, but basically my plan is play the Diablo 4 X pack until November 5th, and then you're probably thinking, wait, 5th? Isn't it the 15th? Right? But no, it's not the 15th, my friend. It's the 5th, because what happens on the 5th is Brighter Shores gets released, and I would tank my entire career to play that game because it is RuneScape. You know, the OG creators of RuneScape are launching their new MMO. You best believe your boy's going to be playing that. So then that's 10 days of Brighter Shores into a November 15th launch. Now, I will be heartbroken if Brighter Shores pose a PoE 2 and gets delayed.
Huh. I haven't seen anything of Brighter Shores. But then again, like I'm a Tibia player, not RuneScape player.
It's not
so.
for you, yeah. You're not going to like this game.
Really? I mean,
think
I
it's
love
for-
MMOs. Can't be that crazy.
I mean, for some reason my vibe is I think you and a lot of people aren't going to like it. I might not even like it, to be fair. It's pretty different than RuneScape, but it's kind of same-ish in some way. Yeah, you'd have to be a long-time RuneScape enjoyer to probably want to give it a shot, I think, but it's out of respect to the people that made the game that I've loved my whole life. Like I'm gonna give it a solid shot and see what it's like. And then we'll row into PoE 2. But I think the X pack is going to last me a full month. I believe this time it should do a full month. The D4 season 4 was like 2 weeks, and that was just the rework.
Yeah.
This is another rework plus the mechanics plus the Dark Citadel. And if I really want to try to push hardcore Dark Citadel, like I'm dog shit at the game very often, so it's going to take me a long time to make like a good Torment 4 build for the in-game content. So that's going to be a whole journey in and of itself.
I have always said that I'd be happy if the game gave me 1 or 2 weeks of enjoyment. I think that season 6, because it's fresh on the launch, is very likely gonna hit 3, maybe 4 weeks. And if I get that, I'd be super excited. After that, I don't know. I mean, the way we've seen it right now, it might just end up with me actually continue playing and streaming and enjoying D4 for more than 2 weeks after that, because of the like diversity of in-game content. But speaking of new games, I was talking to Kriparian the other day, and he was talking about some big game called Bazaar. Have you seen it?
Oh, that popped up on my timeline or YouTube homepage today. I didn't click on it, but I
no
saw it pop
idea.
up. Did he explain what it was? Because I was curious.
It's like a deck building game, with PvE PvP elements, to my understanding. He talked about it, and he like the thing is with Crip, when he said so, when he's excited about something, like I don't even have to see it. He's already sold it to me. Like I'm already buying the game, and I don't even know what the name of it was. Like that's the effect Crip has when I talk to him about these things. So it's like I got super excited. I was like, "What? Okay." And then I checked out a little bit of it. It looks very interesting. But I only had, because of the guys and everything, I only had like 10-minute video, quickly, briefly glanced at. But it looks good. Not sure how to explain it, but it felt like it looked like it was a PvE PvP deck building kind of game, kind of Royale-esque thing. I don't know. Bazaar. I think it was just called Bazaar.
Is it PC only?
No idea. I would assume it's going to be on Steam or something. No clue. Not even sure where the launch is. But yeah, my plan was to try to find like a break tonight and actually go check it out some more. I don't even know when it's releasing. But speaking of new games, at least.
What's your plan for the rest of the evening?
Rest of the evening?
Yeah, you go into WoW. I can raid into you.
No. You're gonna. I was hoping I was gonna raid you.
I mean, you can raid me. I think my Throne and Liberty boys are offline at the moment. I could talk about the D4 embargo stuff for a bit. Chat, you want to look at some footage and talk about D4 embargo stuff? We could do that for a little bit. And then I have another video I got to upload still.
I'll
So I got
send you
some work
my
I still got to do.
I'll send you my Touch of Death planner.
Oh
the
yeah, maybe you
land
got a
spells.
build for me. I didn't do a lot of like in-game build theory crafting shit. I just kind of wanted to like test it out and be like, is it fun? Like that was kind of my focus. Like, am I having fun? So I was paying attention to the campaign and everything.
Yeah.
The campaign, dude. So you skipped through everything. You didn't really like pay attention at all.
I did everything I could to not get too spoiled. So, like, I'm not planning on racing. So I'm just gonna play the campaign and actually engage and enjoy it on launch. That's my plan.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Because I
gonna
remember
like.
when, like, you and I, when we played the PoE campaign together, and I wasn't blasting through it. I had such a good time, and I don't want to ruin myself like I always do when launches come. So I want to take that moment again and just go through it and enjoy it. It's not normally I just skip everything, just blast through. I want to get to the end game, right? And I think this time
I'm
gonna be
gonna
different.
I'm gonna pay attention to it again because I'm curious whether or not the lore questions I have and watching it is still going to be the same thing. Because I don't know, man. I thought the campaign was the worst part of the expansion, but I guess we're gonna find out.
No, I don't have much to add to that. But I'll send you the planner and I'll raid you guys over to DM's channel. And thanks again. And we'll upload this to YouTube to my channel as soon as Kikis is available.
Yep, I am in the process of uploading the podcast now.
Appreciate it. All right. Thanks again. Have a great night.
All right.
I'll catch you later.
GG's.
GG.
Thanks for the pod, boy.
Am I? There we go. I am out of the Discord. All right, boys. You guys give DM a big warm welcome. I will catch you guys tomorrow. I have a shitload of stuff to do. Thank you, everybody, for all the anniversary wishes. Today, for those of you who missed it, is indeed my 10th year today of being a Twitch partner, which is pretty fucking cool that I've been doing this for a decade. And I've said this before, I could not ever do this full time if it wasn't for you guys supporting the stream. So I am forever grateful for all the support, guys, and you mean the world to me. It's fucking crazy. It's a fucking decade. And here's to 10 more years, and then more, and then some. You guys give DM a big one welcome. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay safe. Keep rocking.
I had AFK'd like an hour.